Hello everybody and welcome to the WardiTV Spring Championship Group Stage 2. Beginning here today with an awesome group as we have Group A of the second group stage featuring Solar, ByuN, Creator, and Mana. Super fun group. ByuN seeded here from his performance in WardiTV Mondays, got one of the better seeds, got to skip that group stage 1. Solar coming top of his group 4-0, dropping only one map on the way. And then Creator making his way through the group in third place, just about he didn't really scrape through. He went 3-1. Hero Marine, Geralt falling victim to him. He also took out Rogue on his way there, only losing to Zaun. Unfortunately, that was only good for third place based on map scores, as Zaun and Rogue also went 3-1. And then Mana got a 3-1 result. He finished off Dark and Ryung to make sure he made it through, and he was able to advance over into this second group stage, where today $100 is guaranteed to everybody. You get third place in the group, so you win one series and you're guaranteed 125, but of course win today and advance and you get $200 guaranteed and the chance to play in those playoffs through the WardiTV Spring Championship final weekend. We're going to start the day off with a couple of best of threes. If you were here yesterday for the Rex tournament, it's going to be the same format, 2 best of threes to start off the group stage. And then the rest of the matchups, winner, loser, and eliminate and decider matchup are all best of 5. So 2 best of 3, 3 best of 5. That is going to be what comes up over the course of this series. So that's what we've got going on. That is what's happening. That is today's StarCraft 2 for you guys. As like I say, we are going to be over the course of this week whittling down from 16 players in Group Stage 2 to 8 players that will enter the double Elim playoffs and play across Championship weekend next weekend. And a week and a day, we are going to be starting that up Friday, April 25th, and playing across that weekend. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to it. Hopefully you guys are looking forward as well. And like I say, we're going to start sending players through to the playoffs today, as we'll get into this in just a few moments' time. The only thing I was going to check, I think we're actually going to do, let me double check why I send the players. Yes, elimination match will be first, so it'll be here at Solar versus Mana, Creator versus ByuN, and then the elimination best of 5 first, then the winners best of 5, and the decider best of 5 after that. That's going to be the group format we do. We like to keep the winners match a little longer, keep some of the better players, you know, here a bit longer, helps build the viewership a little bit for us as well. So definitely a nice idea that we like to hold on to, as we are going to be up and away in just a few moments. It's going to be Whispers of Gold to start us off, so we're going to get this started here, get this underway. I'm going to follow into Frostline for our second map, and Persephone will round out this series if needed. Solar comes in as a higher seed, he will get server preference, so we will be going into Whispers of Gold on the West Coast server for him. Solar just needs a couple of moments, no worries. So Solar just going to take a moment or two before we kick this off. We'll give everyone a chance to get in the lobby anyway. Make sure everyone's here for the first series of the day. Sometimes it takes a little while for everyone to log in and be ready and set to play, etc. So we'll give that a few moments, as we'll be kicking off, like I say, in a very, very short amount of time with Solar versus Mana, opening best of 5 of the day. Again, how's everyone doing? Welcome to the stream. Welcome if you're on YouTube, if you're on Twitch. We appreciate you all tuning in from wherever you're watching. And super excited, like I say, to start bringing you another stage of this Spring Championship. Really should be a lot of fun. I really do expect this to be pretty sick. I'm genuinely looking forward to these groups. I think we've got a lot of good groups tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow, on Friday, sorry. Hero, Classic, Bunny, and Skilless. And then on Saturday, Cure, Max Packs, Dark, and Trigger, before we have next week Zaun, Clem, Showtime, and Rogue. That group is a banger, by the way. Zaun, Clem, Showtime, Rogue. That's an absolutely sickening group of players. That's we're saving the best for last in that Group D for sure, before the quarterfinals and the upper bracket and lower bracket start a couple days after it. All right. I'm going to just take, like I say, a few moments here, guys, just waiting for everyone to go. Thank you, Gearbox, for the 6-month resub on the Prime as well. Just come back over to the chat. Appreciate the sub at the start of the day. We are sticking just about over 700 subs, guys, so if you've got a Prime sub, do continue to help us with that. It really does help a lot. Helps us to keep on producing you guys StarCraft 2 tournaments, such as the Spring Championship. So yeah, appreciate you guys dropping by, checking in, and supporting. Thank you so much. Mana is ready whenever, so we are just waiting for Solar. We've got 7 casters in the lobby, so we'll keep that in mind as well. Should get us into games a little bit more quickly if I know how many people I'm looking for each and every time. And we can go from there. See, a couple moments, we'll get this kicked off. The WardiTV Spring Championship continuing with this group stage 2. Very exciting. Like I say, we're going to wrap up April with this Spring Championship finale as well. And then we go from there. Just exciting, honestly. Very, very exciting. As we will wait a couple more moments, just like I say, solo BRB, just before this series begins. And then we'll kick off into this best of 3. I'm going to get confused at some point in the day. I can already tell between a best of 3 and a best of 5. And you're like, and now we go into the best of 5. No, still best of 3. And then we'll get to the best of 5s. I'll be like, and in this best of 3, no, it's a best of 5 now. I can already tell my brain's going to struggle with this concept. Alright, we are, just like I say, waiting for Solar again. How's everyone doing out in the chat? I really appreciate you guys. Good to see you all. We'll go and ready, says Solar. As he has said, Mana said he was ready whenever, so we can click start game. And we can head on into this best of 3. Alright guys, EVP, let's get it started. Let's get the hype rolling. If you're here early on the YouTube, hit the like button already. The earlier we hit that like button, you know it helps out. I say it every day. I really mean it. So check that out if you're on the YouTube already. And if you're on the Twitch, I don't know. There's not really much you can do on Twitch to help out early, unless you don't already follow the stream, but it's not like Twitch has an algorithm like YouTube does, you know. So it's, you know, if you're on Twitch, you can just sit and chill and just enjoy the first game. We'll call upon you later, I'm sure. As we kick off, let's actually get in game and cast some StarCraft 2. To begin with, we're going to be in the top left corner of the map with the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. This is Mana. He takes on the blue Zerg in the bottom right again. Coming in with that 4-0 in the group stage 1, it's going to be our blue Zerg player, Solar. Tough group for Mana, but it was an impressive performance from him the other day to actually get through and qualify into this group stage 2, so we'll take that and hope he can bring us some good level games again. I'm a believer. I'm a believer as our Pro Beat moves around. Just scooting about for a few moments here as we take a couple of seconds. Gateway, Assimilator, Hatchery, all coming up as well. And that probe pulling it back a little bit. Just going to be having ourselves a couple drones in the Queen. A couple drones in that Hatchery continue to come online. So just keep bringing that over for now. Again, hatch gas pool coming up. The drone is on the way in. And just have ourselves the extractor continuing through for the moment. And that probe comes back around. Again, hatch gas and pool all coming up. The drone on the way. Nexus building from Mana as well, so we continue to get that online. Just going to be bringing that Nexus through as the probe continues about. Nexus on the natural. And the hatchery coming up. And this probe will, again, scout until the bitter end here. Well, until those Zerglings pop pretty much, and then that generally is the time that you are done with scouting on this one. I see lots of Mana love in the chat and stuff, which is awesome as well. He's definitely the underdog here. Not just in this match, but I think in this group in general, but super excited to see if he can pull off some upsets. Mana making playoffs would be genuinely very, very cool, right? Like, that's the sort of thing which would be definitely, like, standing out, a little bit of a surprise. I think Solar's going to be a very tough player to beat, though, because Solar is A, very good, and B, Solar is playing such an aggressive and fresh style of Zerg right now where it's so tough to just survive through to the stage of the game where I think Mana is likely to be most comfortable. Solar's been very good at denying Protoss from being able to advance to that sort of a point of a game, so yeah, very excited to see what the plan is from Mana to maybe try and deal with that or handle it. Obviously right now, just a Stargate, nothing really too out of the ordinary. A lot of just figuring right now what exactly we're going to end up doing towards the end of this, so yeah. I'm genuinely intrigued. Like I say, the Stargate's very standard. The Stalker is getting some good little pokes off on the Overlord to push that away over to the side. That gets pushed into the natural for a few moments here as well. And it's going to be taken out as that Stalker continues to hit it. So Overlord will go down. Blink Speed, Drones, Overlords, Queen all continue to come about right here. So again, we get this settled as that probe pulls back over to the right side. The Adept is going to make a little bit of a move as well. And again, we just get that Link Speed coming up. The Queen and the Overlords on the way in. Depth Shades back upwards. And otherwise just having ourselves the third Nexus going down. So Mana's just playing nice and greedy. He's just kind of taking the third base, very confident in his Oracle and Stargate play to set himself up in these early stages. And he's not going to be looking to much else here, as he is seemingly content. It's the follow-up now that we're interested in. The Robo Facility drops down as the first Porter Call, so gets that Robo Facility going immediately. And that Robo is on the way. The couple Queens are going to get through. A couple of Drones going to get knocked down. So the Oracle doing okay there as we get some damage dealt. Again, Robo Facility and Twilight Council both coming up. The Assimilator coming online. And Nexus and more probes coming through also. Let's have ourselves the few Zerglings going to step back out and around further onto the map. Again, the extra gates come by. The Twilight Council and Robo Facility coming online as well. So yeah, not really much surprising from Mana. We'll see exactly what comes out of the Twilight. This feels like it could just be Blink. Maybe he just likes, well, Robo first, I could go Templar Archives, right? Got the Prism, Templar Archives, then Archon Drop. Yeah, that's why the Robo was first. I guess that makes more sense. Answer my own question. What was the Robo first for? Yeah, Archon Drop is actually the fairly obvious choice from there, so... I realized it still a couple seconds before it happened. Just on my brain some time to process, apparently. As we do have the Templar Archives coming up, the Forge and the Gateways coming through. And the couple of probes as well. So yeah, this Archon Drop will be set up shortly. And this is something that Mana definitely likes doing. He's one of the players who does this a lot more than anybody else. Like, some players might mix this in here and there. I feel like Mana does this fairly reliably. He likes getting to those Archons. He likes using them to drop. He likes putting on pressure with them. We'll see if he can find success with that here, like I say, in this opening game of the day. Archons will begin to morph. The Oracle's still overhead. A couple of Roaches and the Drones all continue through. Oracle will just chase. The few Zerglings get turned away. This Archon's just going to drop off. Going to hit the hatchery here for a couple of moments. So, Hatchery will take some damage. The Sarkon's doing exactly what they want to do, which is just get themselves a little bit of damage done. Some shots on an Overlord, getting a kill on that early is obviously very nice as well, very powerful. It's good to go through with that right from the start. And yeah, these Archons obviously still alive and healthy as well, so they're going to be looking good for the moment. Archons will get dead. One more Overlord here. Actually has the Creep Team underneath it as well because of splash damage, so actually working pretty well for Mana as he heads into Storm, +1, and his Immortal production. Immortal is especially going to be very important here considering the fact that we do not see anything but Roaches in the production tab, so if you want to hold on against a larger Roach attack, Immortals and Archons combined are going to be the real kind of power for you there. That's really got to be one of the things you're aiming for throughout the course of this matchup. There's a lot of Road Driver from Solo. He's 66 drones, and I wonder if he just wants to commit here. Drop a Lord as well suggests he really does, so looks like he just wants to commit and send it across the map, put some pressure on, get to the other side, and hopefully end up in a successful position. So I'm going to be going in a moment, but we have not got Overlord speed, so this would be one of the slower Overlord attacks that you're ever going to see. Yeah, obviously that's going to make this a little bit funky. The Dropper Lord mixed into all the other Slover Lords. I mean, I don't know if we're even going to bother, right? Like, that does not seem like it's going to be worthwhile. Is the Roach Rabbit just going to go then? I mean, that's not good because any Oracle here could obviously do some work. However, we lost the Oracle, so it's only Yeah, I mean, I guess it means you can hit the Prism a little bit. Where's the Prism at? That, lifting up the Immortals. That's what we need to see. Is I like Mana's setup to potentially defend against this. A lot of the Roach Ravager taking a lot of shots off the Storms. A couple of Immortals took a beating, but they did stay alive. The one on the left went down, but Overseer falls, and this first wave of Solar doesn't do too much. We've got double Robo from Mana as well, which sets him in a much better place than usual to be able to defend against continued attacks, because he can continue to build a whole bunch of Immortals against this. And the more Immortals you get out against this amount of Roach Ravager, the happier you're going to be, obviously. So that's definitely heading the right way. Push this back again. Mana's surviving and keeping the supply kind of close, which is exactly what he needs this to be. Obviously, Mana's supply is much more teched up units, so him being behind is fine, because the quality of each and every one of his little bits of supply is much better. The Roaches are melting away to those Immortals. I think Mana has planned this out very well. His defense is absolutely spot on, and he is going to get game number 1 off of Solar, and maybe an upset in the making already as Mana grabs the first game. And that's on Solar's server preference as well. That's obviously a pretty big deal typically, so I'm going to go ahead and say that that's also going to be pretty neat here. Alright, well, we are going to head ourselves into a game 2 in just a couple of moments, as our second map will be Frostline. Let's get Frostline underway. On Mana's server preference as well. Amazing for Mana. Unfortunately for Mana, he's going to be playing off server all day because he's in a group of Koreans and he has the... Well, yeah, actually, no. Against Creator, he would have server preference because Creator didn't have a good result, actually. Yeah, Creator was third in the group, of course. So yeah, actually, Mana does have server preference against Creator. As we put Solar into the player slot, we have got 7 casters, which is what we had before. And Solar is just needing to swap to Race to Zerg, and we're good. We go. So straight into map number 2 here. And Solar and Mana get to get into it. We're going to be going into Frostline as previously mentioned. So let's get Frostline up and running. And let's see if Solar can bounce back. As Mana has that 1-0 lead, like I say, well thought out build, well thought out timings and defense. And like I say, the double Robo cranking Immortals really made him very safe against Solar's attempted aggression. In the top right, our red Protoss player here is Mana. As we're going to have him taking on the blue Zerg player in the bottom left-hand side, Solar. I think this game was a good showing of predictability of Solar, right? Mana knows Solar likes to be a very aggressive Zerg player. He knows he likes to hit those timings, so he opened with the Archon drop that could keep a track of things, so he could keep his opponent a bit busy. He got the double Robo up early, so he would be very safe, being able to crank out a lot of tech units. That style is not so good if your opponent plays Lingbane into like a Hive, or if you try and rush up into other things, because you're kind of really doubling down on Immortals, and you just don't need to double down on Immortals as much as you'd like to double down on more splash damage. Like, he got Storm as well, but ideally you have Storm and even more high tempo. In this case, Mana was able to scout, make the right calls, and make the right decisions as to what his opponent was doing, and the right calls against them, so I would say good prep from Mana. I have to say that second Robo facility just cranking Immortals made it such an easy defense, and I can't help but feel that Solar kind of messed something up along the way too, right? Morphing to drop a Lord when you don't have Overlord speed, but then he never even tried to use it. So clearly something went wrong somewhere along the way. It was not quite the exact build I imagine Solar was expecting to put into play, right? So, yeah, interesting little starting point for this series as we have ourselves the probe and be coming through and scouting around for some early stages. If Mana wins this, it puts a lot of pressure on that ByuN Creator series, because like ByuN and Creator would definitely look at this and be like, yeah, we would be favorites against Mana, and we would both probably have a tough time against Solar, so ending up in that losers match would definitely feel pretty bad for you following this one if Mana was to deliver that win. So I mean, losers match is always bad, right? But when the upset happens in the other matchup, it feels even worse for you, so Although just keeping an eye, the probe is making its way back home already, so no issues there. A couple of simulators coming up. Next we'll finish, going to chrono boost out a probe or so. Just going to be having ourselves the Stargate in production as well right now, so we continue to bring that over. Adept will just shade through to try and pick up a little bit of info here as well, so still nothing really overly crazy or anything, just the Adept poking around. It's the early stages of this TVZ, obviously. Have the Adept taking a few shots, didn't get a single kill though, so good control by Solar, making sure the Link hit stayed away, that drone got away, making sure we're not letting this Adept kind of capitalize early on some damage. Even a unit here and there, right? Like, if you can avoid that from being capitalized on, why the hell not? Got to find the efficiency in every moment in these matchups, especially at this level against someone like Solar, who is an absolute beast. Ling's actually going to come by, but with the Oracle there, they're not going to exactly be able to put much pressure or much of a threat on either, so they will just have to fall back. And there's a couple Lings going to go hit this pylon moment as well. And we have ourselves a Twilight and Robo facility, both continue to come through. The Nexus in production also. Add on the probes, add on the Robo and Twilight. And we see Mana. Again, fast third base. That Robo did come in first, so we might see the Archon drop from him once again. Now, the power of Solar is, if Mana's ready for his tech, his all-in-y attacks and his more aggressive attacks, Mana is still good enough where he can, Solar is still good enough where he can say, oh, okay, well, let's play a later game, That's not necessarily something you need to do as, it's not something you need to just kind of sit on. It's not like Solar can only all-in. He absolutely can play the longer game and so, and that's obviously a big deal here, because it does mean that if Mana was very good against his all-ins, now he can do something a little bit different. Then the Roach continue, the drone's still building. Then Gates, Temple Archives coming up, Prism as well. It's going to be seeing our feelings get turned around once more. Yeah, this is best of 3, guys. So best of 3 for the first 2 matches today, and then best of 5 for the winners match, elimination match, and decider matchup. So 2 best of 3 into 3 best of 5. Kind of a happy in between. Like 5 best of 5s is a pretty hefty for a group stage. 5 best of 3s is a little bit too little for a group stage as well, right? Like, that's the problem. Like, when we do the 5 best of 3 days, sometimes you have like 2.5 hours and you're just done, and usually I would like to see 3.5 to 4.5 hours, especially for a tournament like this. So yeah, that's the reasoning behind the format choice. It's kind of like a little bit of a mix just to give us more likely the length of stream that we're looking for to satisfy our tournament. And I'm going to go charge behind it this time, and this is going to be very different as Solar is going into the Infestation Pit immediately. He's going to lose the 4th base, and an Overlord here exposed as well, as the Roaches just aren't out yet, and you won't be seeing the Archons and a couple of Zelts. Just going to poke forward, hit the Queens a little. As long as the Prism is there still to evacuate, then this is fine. You're just getting free damage done, force a transfusion, use up some energy. Those Zelts in the front are going to be able to do a pretty decent job of just tanking as well. And still ends up a little supply blocked here, as Mana definitely doing pretty well for himself so far. Let's continue to run back. The Roaches coming through. Archon's actually going to come in again. They're just going to get the not even the cancel, the kill on the hatchery, my goodness. Solar is making mistakes, man. I mean, that is an unforced error. He's on his way to Swarm Host, by the way, so very interesting follow-up. Going to the Swarm Host off that Infestation Pit. We see Storm on the way from Mana, so he will have, a pretty good AoE spell available to help him with those Swarm Hosts and those Locust Waves. Storm the Locust Waves is very efficient. You've also got the Prism to micro-import units away from the Locust to try and keep them safe. Your goal is to minimize what those Locusts can achieve, especially on the first few waves. That's where Solar can do enough damage to offset things and to make this go heavily in his favor. Let's see what Mana can do trading-wise. As Solar will be playing a lower economy with this style. Typically, you do not drone up super heavily. you're going to play a lower eco because the Swarm Husk can trade so efficiently. You can get away with that lower eco. The Zealot's starting to find a few roaches. They just move across, so mana already beginning to succeed a little bit here as well. We've seen the first couple locusts dropping down, but we're not going to see too much of that, really. And a few stalkers coming in as well now, so we get that underway. Couple zealots on the other side, just going to try and keep some of Sola's reinforcements busy. It is still going to be big waves of roaches and ravagers. That's how this composition works. You send the roach ravager forward, they do, the locust tank, and the roach ravager kind of comes in following up. This was a mistake by Mana. So far forward, Prism out of position. Lost the Archon, lost all of his High Templar. That is not the sort of trade you're looking for as Mana. He had such a good start to this game already, but that was a messy fight, and he was out of position with the Prism to kind of escape units away. And now he's missing a lot of the splash damage that will make this a more efficient trade for him against the Locust. So losing a couple of Stalkers, a High Templar Storm comes in toward the Roach Ravager over there as well. As the Roach Ravager just continue to press on through. Another Storm comes down. Mana steps back. Doesn't have Blink yet, so the Stalker's not as effective. Remember, he opened into the charge in this game, but has not really had much opportunity to use it. Mortals will fire. Robo Facility going to take some shots. Going to be seeing that going down. We do have a second Robo, though, so if we can continue to build. The Immortals in the back is cute and all, but you need to actually protect them. You can't just let them wander in and die, as every Immortal is so important. Like, your tech units go such a long way for you in these kind of games. Right now, the Locusts are going to keep Mana busy on the natural, while the rest of the army was heading towards the third base. Mana bring the Prism back toward the natural as well. Imagine how much better this looks for Mana if he still has that extra Archon, if he still has some of the High Templar that he lost out on initially, remember. Like, those were things which were very expensive to lose. I like this chase from Mana. I actually think Sola stuck around a bit too long. Typically, you're not meant to stick around once the Locusts disappear, because the Roach Ravager isn't meant to be traded out. But yeah, this was a mistake by Sola, as Mana's realizing it as well. He is going to keep on pushing through, but now you're going to start losing Immortals if you're not going to micro them. He does get a barrier up to help out one of them. We save the Immortals. The Stalker's a bit out of position. I just don't know if this was a little bit too hectic still for Mana, and he still doesn't quite have what he needs. This was a much better fight for Mana, but it was still a pretty devastating starting point, as we are going to drop a Storm in, a couple of Ravagers taking hits. We have got the Locust landed early because of the Stalkers to the top side, so because of that, you actually have a moment or two here as Mana where you could maybe just hang on in there. The Locust is going to fade, but he loses another Immortal. I think he is losing too many tech units in the grand scheme of things. I think this one is slipping away from Mana, and Sola is looking to bring it back to being a 1-1 scoreline in this best of 3. A couple of Immortals firing. A few more shots coming through. Again, Roach Ravager link coming up. +2 missiles are part of this. Additional Ravagers and Roaches continue to build. Locusts will spawn. They'll pop up into the skies. Just drop straight down. We are going to see the Immortals pulling back. The Ravager's going to barrel down onto a pylon. As you can see, the army continue to hit the natural. I just don't think we have enough as Mana. Like I say, I actually think he played this a little messily and still had some good fights later on, just was too far behind already from some of the bad fights he took. There's a world where Mana could have won this and been 2-0 in this matchup. Not quite going to happen. For now, at least. We're going to go to the game 3, so Sola will fight his way back into this, and yeah, he was definitely not playing the best early on, to be fair. Like, I think that's fair to say, too. Sola made some mistakes, missing a cancel on the hatch. He was also put into a pretty bad position. But like I said, I think Mana made a few more mistakes at more critical moments of the game, as we'll be going to Persephone to round this series out. So, first match of the day, going to go all the way to 3 games. We'd love to see that. So, Mana, we're missing someone. There they are. Perfect. Ready, GLHF. Let's get into game number 3 as we go to Persephone. Like I say, if man just wasn't that far forward, I'm so frustrated for him because I feel like he's probably kicking himself as well. He knows that that first fight was just no good. No bueno, not acceptable. Needs to be better than that, and like I say, I'm pretty sure he knows that as well. Pretty sure he's very aware. So we will kick ourselves into, like I say, Persephone here for this next matchup, so we'll get this one underway. Let's get this started off as we have ourselves in the top left corner of the map, our blue Zerg, tying up this opening best of 3 to 1-1 with the Swarm hosts. This is Solar. Bottom right. Oh, sorry, bottom left. Our red Protoss player is Mana. As we continue our way through this best of 3. Took a couple nibbles as across the map now, and let's see our probe going through. Custom call coming through, the gateway coming up. Just got some cool coming about. Just gonna see the Nexus and Cybercore coming in. Again, Cybercore Nexus coming through, the assimilator and pylon being added as well, so we got that set up for now. And again, we've got the link speed building. Early game PVZ. Cozy as always, right? Nothing standing out here just yet. Probe's heading down to the bottom, coming across. And Queen gathering, Link Seed coming up, Stargate is halfway done. The Adept and the Warp Gate coming through. As our Adept just going to be shading to the upper left-hand side. Couple Lings, Queen is going to be there. The Adept taking some more shots. Link Speed building up as the drones continue through. And the Oracle and the Warp Gate continue to build as well, so we get that going. And the Adept's coming back up towards the center. The Overlord's still going to be sitting there. The Oracle and the Warp Gate coming through. A couple Queens coming across. Hatchery going to be in position. Couple of Adepts come over, just going to be seeing the Robo facility, and the Nexus still coming through as well. Adept and the Robo coming online. All of that are rolling as the couple of Adepts flare. The Oracle still coming across, Adept still going to be there. And we do have ourselves the Queens and Lings continuing up as well. So continue to get that settled in just for now. Adept's just going to be firing up Hatchery, etc. We're taking a couple shots. Obviously interesting little switch up from Mana, getting a second Oracle here. for depths, a bit more pressure, but still gone into that robo facility first. So is still looking to maybe go for the Archons behind this. Just a little bit of a different way to fully set up onto those Archons, it seems. Things wrapping around. A few of those Adepts will continue to take some shots. Overlord finishing the Twilight Council gate, and Prism still coming through. We had a few cannons on in there as well. Sorry, a few probes on in there as well. Cannons? We are not building any cannons. A few probes on in there. I've got cannons on the mind, apparently. As the... Yeah, next step of this, the extra gates should be a Temple Archives in a moment, and then we get ready for that Archon drop once more. As we've seen in the previous games, Mana seemingly wanting to stay with this idea. Links come over, Rotron and Lair coming up, the extra drones coming through as well. And a few links coming around, the Prism coming back around into the center, so again, just moving over. A few links still going to be underneath. As we have ourselves the Oracle coming over. A couple Queens on the way. Prism will set up. It's going to be seen a warp in of a couple of High Temple already. Roaches, Roach speed building. Overlord speed coming online as well. Archon's just going to drop straight off as we lift back up, though. Just going to move straight back over here. Pulling away for now. Again, that Prism just going to sit there. The Roaches continue through. Prism getting pushed back a little bit. Storm on the way now. Solo 62 drones. Roach is in production. Is he going to go back to drones, or is he looking to send an attack here, or what is his plan? Because if he sends an attack right now, this feels very similar to the first game. This time he actually has the Dropper Lord with Overlord speed. So that was definitely a mistake in the first game. So much better done this time from Solo actually executing his build properly. Let's look what Mana's defense looks like. A couple of High Tempers will have Storm available soon. You can see the Immortal count starting to grow. Right now there's a severe lack of units, which is, I think, quite notable. So let's see. As the Oracle shows up and gets quite a few drones, we're going to be losing a lot of mining time here. That's massive. Now we're going to see Mana just going to have to respond to these units showing up. Do not really love that first Storm. To me, that hit a whole lot of nothing. I like these ones a lot more, especially hitting the Ravagers, which are a little bit squishier set of units than the Roaches. Storms go a little bit further on the Ravagers usually, as those High Templars do become an Archon as well, so we save that, although could be susceptible to some Biles. And it loses some stack defense, saves the Immortal there. Is split across two bases, and that always makes this defense tougher, because now you're looking in multiple positions to continue defending with. 20 probes going down. So the Ling drop in the main base, so the Dropper Lord goes to the main, and that's where Solo finds mega damage as well. Although I don't know if it was really necessary, because it's looking pretty good for him overall at the front line as well. This time the third base is being broken on down. And yeah, those few Lings definitely putting some work in, just not really, like I say. I mean, it helps, just I don't know if it was needed, because that third base attack this time around was going so much better for Solo. Solo will move on through to the winners matchup, as we'll be going into the next matchup for us right now, which will be ByuN versus Creator. So we're going to get into that TVP, get that set up, underway. I'll start you guys off into a little bit more StarCraft, and so yeah, we'll get that TVP ready. It's going to be ByuN versus Creator coming up next. You just have to hop on over to the Korean server, and we will go from there. Alright, nicely done by Solo in the end. Turning it around. First game was obviously a little messy and a little sloppy, but he fixed it. He got back on track and made it a much more comfortable position for him once more. Alright, who are we looking at here? We're looking for ByuN and Creator. They are both here. Perfect. Alright, we'll get these guys started up. Get their videos underway. And our second best of 3 of this group, and our last best of 3 of this group comes up now. Again, it'll be best of 5 after this series. Good first matchup, though. Like I said, Mana taking a map, putting up some fights. Cool, see, Mana seems to be playing well lately. I mean, his performance in the group was genuinely very good. Does feel like he's playing well lately, which is exciting to see. Always good to see the old timers still pulling out some punches, you know. Very nifty. Zergs in 2025. Yeah, we do only have 3 Zerg players in the group, so I do have a little bit of a bias for Solo, especially because I actually think looking at Group C and D, Solo might be our sole Zerg representative into the playoffs, quite frankly. I think that's a fairly realistic possibility, so yeah, I was looking at this, I was like, man, like, Dark's not playing so good lately, he's got Kira and Max Packs and Trigger there, Trigger's playing great as well. And then Rogue's group is like Zaunclem, Showtime. Rogue is playing great, but even if you're playing great, Zaunclem and Showtime is a difficult combination of players to get through. So yeah, I have a lot of hopes pinned on Solar in this group today to hopefully give us a little bit more racial variety in the playoffs already. Maybe I should have a bit more faith in Dark and Rogue, but it's not quite there yet. I feel like this is the best chance we have of a Zerg advancing, to be honest. Like I say, Rogue has been playing really well lately, but his group really is tough. So yeah. We'll see if Solo makes it through. Obviously, that winner's match will be coming up in a little while. Right now, we're about to host into our first game of this opening matchup here. As it's going to be Ultra Love for this ByuN versus Creator series. So we'll get that underway. Started off, followed by Eldorado. Perfect. Drag ByuN and Creator up, get everyone into this. I'll be good to go in a few moments. Yeah, missing 1 caster at the very least. Who is missing? TKL is on his way, okay. We'll just give this a moment then, guys. Boom. Alright, we got 7 casters. We've got 2 readied up players. To me, that is a formula for moving through. Do it. Alright, Creator versus ByuN. Game number 1 of this best of 3 series to open up the group. The winner will play Sola in that winner's match. The loser will play Mana in the elimination match. Again, every best of whatever you win, any match you win today is worth at least a little bit more money. There is a prize money difference from 3rd to 4th place, so even if you don't advance through the group, winning 1 series can still have an impact on what you're working. As we head into the upper right corner of the map, our red Protoss play here is Creator to kick us off into the second best of 3 of Group Stage 2, Group A of the WardiTV Spring Championship 2025. In the bottom left-hand corner, the blue Terran player from the Shopify Rebellion, we have ourselves ByuN. Alright, Rexcast coming through. Just going to be seeing the gateway and the assimilator coming about as well, as we take a few moments. We're getting down to the bottom. And gate and the racks coming on through. We get settled here. And the command center will come down quickly from ByuN, so no real confusion about what he wants to do, just straight up expansion, put it straight in. The next is coming in from Creator as well, so we're looking pretty comfortable across the board in terms of openings here. No one doing anything too crazy or quirky. So everything looking pretty fine. Some early moments. The factory coming online as well, CC building. like we mentioned, and do just wait for what the next step is. The Marine actually going to find the Probe, and Probe didn't turn around in time. Oh, gets away on 1 HP, so Probe just gets to live as it backs away from there. And it is tech time now from Creator, time for him to show us what the plan shall be, as he can make a choice on his opening here. It's going to be the Twilight Council, so most likely heading toward Blink, most likely getting the more standard kind of way of playing, all set up for the moment. Get that going, and yeah, get some harassment on the field. Shows whether you want to go 3-gate or 4-gate maybe as well. You don't see a lot of 2-gate recently, actually. It really has been a much more kind of 3-gate Blink heavy meta. It's going to be the Adept going down. We lose a Marine. Obviously, Hellion makes sure that you can always chase that Adept as well, so the Hellion's always a nice addition in those scenarios. Adept will head to the upper right. We just got ourselves the Blink coming through as well. Again, Blink coming up. Ourselves the extra gateways coming up as well. Medevac boosts into the main base. Few Marines getting ready to unload. And we have a couple of Stalkers just going to continue about. Going to continue to ping onto some of those Marines. Medevac taking damage. Obviously, Probes have to pull back. Oh, into the natural. The Hellions are going to come through for 7 work. Is big damage straight away. 8 workers dead, and obviously the Marine's still here as well. The battery has some life on it, at least in this main base, but there's a couple of Probes that are going to start leaking toward those Marines, and they're out of reach of the battery initially, so more damage done. 9 workers killed as ByuN succeeds with just the early harassment. Still has the Hellions in the natural, apparently, just going huge. And that is going to be a massive, massive win on the side of our Terran player early in this game. 10 dead Probes, a bunch of disruption. As that Probes continue to Chrono Boost. Robobay coming up as well. Siege tank, couple of Marines coming by. The couple of barracks will build up as well. As we have ourselves the Engineering Bay, Refinery, and Bunker coming across for the moment as well. And Marines will just unload. The SCV comes repairing. Get that Medevac as healthy as possible. Try and allow it to stay on the map as much as it possibly can here. The longer you keep that on the map, the better. 2 Stalkers going to go down the right-hand side and see where they will end up as well. Stim and that +1 both continuing to produce. The extra Marine Marauder, the Siege Tank coming up as well. Hobbs comes over, a couple Stalkers in the front, Colossus in the Nexus. And a Forge continue to build on in. Pylon building from Creator also as the Observer sets on to the top left-hand side as well. Continuing to gather. And our upgrades will finish very shortly. The Marauder's still coming out. We've got the Medevac's popping too. The army of ByuN's going to start stepping on the map. I mean, this should be the kind of push which shows us that there's been a ton of damage done early in this game, right? This is the kind of push from ByuN right now where it's like, hey, you basically died already, so I'm just going to confirm that you're dead by, you know, getting my tanks in position and sieging. I've got upgrades as well. The Colossus can obviously make a little bit of a defense here from Creator. That's going to be one thing we look toward as a possibility to kind of hang on in there and to hold and defend. Couple of tanks will fire, Stalker's taking shots, and, well, we're going to actually meet this army mid-map. Stim just finished. ByuN doesn't drop this in yet. Oh, the tanks wallop that Colossus. It takes a beating on the first showing, which is a little bit of a shame, obviously, as well. Not exactly ideal. As we have the ByuN going to push up the tank siege again. Colossus has to be super careful. I believe the battery there is going to be in range as we have order turrets into the natural too, so the Raven is going to find damage, and yeah, this does not look pretty for Creator, who obviously has just got a severe deficit from the start of this game. Eight probes going down. The order turret is going to fade away. And a couple of Marines, a couple of Marauders continue to move out. Well, tanks will unsiege and move over. It's going to fight. A couple of Zelds will fall. Zelds on the other side as well. It's going to be seeing the Colossus going down. A couple of other Stalkers going down. Obviously, the tech units have all gone, and there's not going to be much of a follow-up here from Creator. This was an early game defeat as ByuN closes out game 1. And will take the 1-0 lead in this best of 3. So ByuN gets off to a great start. We'll head into game 2 in just a second and get that ready to rumble. We'll see if Creator can bounce back. This is obviously one of those games where at least Creator can be like, well, I screwed up that defense. At least it's easy to identify what to fix afterwards, so... Second map going to be El Dorado. Quiz is ready. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. Alright, we're going to go into this El Dorado coming through, Creator versus ByuN coming up. And we got ourselves game number 2 ready to begin. In the bottom left-hand corner, we will have ourselves down a game the blue Protoss player. Looking to bounce back, we have Creator. Game number 2. To get this rolling and get this all started up. Gateway racks coming over. No proxy play, most notably for the first few moments of this game here on El Dorado. And similar coming about, just going to have ourselves the racks and the refinery coming through, probing the SCV building. As we just see our probe going across to that right hand side. The probe just gonna nibble. The SCV building up the depot. And let's just have ourselves the reactor coming through from ByuN. As the reactor finishes, he'll get into some Marines most likely, or you could go double Reaper and then a Hellion. He is going to go double Reaper, so he will go into the tech units initially and will then look to take some control with that over the next little while. But 2 Reapers coming through, the factory finishing shortly. Get all of that brought up for the moment. With these Reapers and Hellions, I mean, that's not great for this Adept to be over here, because that feels like that Adept now ends up in a bit of a tricky spot where it can definitely get jumped on. Well, we're killing SCV though, so at least we're getting some work done, and we don't actually have anything to chase the Adept shade yet, with the Reapers still being on top of the actual Adept, so actually the Adept is fine for now. And it has been just Marine production beyond this, so we've not gone into more Reapers. We've decided just to continue through into Marines. And so it's not going to be as many early game units committed to here from ByuN as it potentially could have been. We've definitely seen him build a lot more of those units in the past and really commit a lot more heavily to those units in the past as well. So, yeah, this is not all that crazy at the moment, as we just have a couple of Reapers in the Hellion getting pushed away. Gather everything. I can see right now, pretty good defense. Just focus at the front and make sure the Reaper Hellion doesn't get in. But we do have the Medevac now moving across the map as well. That will look to obviously swing things in a little bit of a different direction and so on. We have 1 Reaper going down already. It's really not good for Creative. This is the majority of his units out of position here. He has 2 more Stalkers in the game. And we really hope that they are in position, as they are in position, but the Cyclone gets a lock on to kill one of them. No, Battery comes in and saves it. Now the Medevac's taking damage. It will go down. No, it will not go down. Oh my goodness. It does go down in the end. How well does Creator do here? How much does he end up losing? The Cyclone will start going after a couple of probes. The problem is the Stalker near the Cyclone's low HP, so it doesn't really want to go in and get itself killed just before the Cyclone goes down. Cyclone will... Oh, nice. Okay, good job. Stalker pulled away. The Cyclone did not turn in time. And this time it is going to be that Stalker kept alive. But 4 probes going down, but only the 4 probes. You didn't actually kill any units, so pretty good from Creator. Because like I say, if you lose units here as well, this becomes a whole lot more difficult for you. This becomes a completely, much more challenging situation, no doubt. As you see, the Robo Facility and the Nexus both continuing into play at the moment. And that will be where we continue to move in the next couple of moments. That is going to be our next stage of this game. The Adept joins together, and all the Stalkers joining through. Charge building, Robo Facility on the way up. And get that coming as well. And as we do have our Observer, going to be coming about, the extra probes coming through. Rex and Engineering Bays. Refinery also coming up. Again, Charge Building, Prism, still producing with the extra gates coming up, and Temple Archives on the way as well. Creator, obviously no major damage taken this game in comparison to the last, and so we are going to be in a much more playable position for him, as we have the Observer going to go for a little bit of a step through. On Marine, the tank's going to be able to fire back the other way. And Charge still building up right here, so get that set up in a few moments. And Impact Combat Shield M+1 coming over. The tank's actually getting free shots on the Stalkers. They just step a little bit too close, so mistake made there. As the Zealots continue to gather up, and yeah, just going to be seeing this Impact Combat Shield +1. All of that continues through for now. And Storm building, Immortal, and High Templar producing. Can ByuN do anything push-wise, and before this gets to a challenging position? I'm not sure. Like, I feel like by the time we start pushing here as ByuN, Korea's going to have some good tech on the field. I don't think there's going to be an easy opening for him to try and take advantage of it all. Thanks, Siege. Just going to go gather up with the rest of the Bio army out the front here. +1/+1, combat shield and concussive shells, all building through for the moment. So bringing all of that up and online. A couple Stalkers stepping forward as well, as they are going to try and intercept and slow down this approach to the best of their abilities. So the Stalkers step up, they are going to move through. Command is just going to lift off already as well, as we have ourselves a couple of Zealot shots going through, getting a bit more damage done themselves. Five probes, 6 SCVs. So I mean, we are getting some work and damage done, but there's going to be the big push, and the first storm is absolutely beautiful. The first storm is absolutely spot on what you're looking for there as Creator. Second storm as well looks good. And Creator right now with all of the power pushing through. We're going to turn the 3 Zealots around. They're going to go after some SCVs here as well, as we are going to be having the work count given up for ByuN to try and maintain something of an army, but I don't think he's actually going to maintain that much of an army at all. I think he's going to end up in a pretty rough position here at the end. As a few Stalkers come back over. The Prism's still overhead, hanging around and chilling for now. We got another little bit of warping in going, a few more Zealots coming out. Again, the +2 armor is coming up as we speak. And that Bio Force is going to start hitting a whole bunch of the Zealots right there. $25 dead SCVs, 3rd CC no longer landed. ByuN in a world of trouble as Creator. Going to be finishing up a +1 upgrades to start to rectify one of the things that is maybe not so great for him at the moment. Otherwise, I mean, the Robo-Blade coming about, the cannon coming through. And Creator just improving his position as ByuN will try and retake a base, but Creator sees where he's going to, and he's ready to fight again. As I'm ByuN right now, I'm not loving the fact that Creator is fast approaching my base. Got a few Widowmines set up. I guess we have Storms in the Port Prism as well, which means that we'll likely be able to do very well here again. I do imagine that this is not going to be too complicated of an affair. So let's charge. Widowmine's going off. We'll go backwards and forwards. We're actually going to pull back as Kratos. Not going to fully send this just yet. It is going to give a little bit of breathing room to his opponents. Storm's going to shoot. A couple of units going down. Again, we're looking for the Storms. ByuN's backed into a corner, so there's not really anywhere for him to run to, as those Storms are going to hit across the Bio army with ease. GG's, and Creator ties us up 1-1, and another best of 3 going to go the distance in our Group A. And that's, yeah, hell yeah. That's what we like to see. We like to see the back and forth. We like to see the games that go any which way. I'm a big fan of where we're at right now. Feels good as we get ourselves readied up for game number 3. Our third map here will be ley lines. Awesome. Let's get ley lines set up then and get into this. Double check we're all good everywhere. Get set up. Jacket fell off my seat. That back. Excuse me. As we get game 3 coming through in a second, guys. Drag up ByuN. Just missing Creator, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. Waiting on Creator here. And we'll be good to go. Bum 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 bum. There he is. Creator joins us. Ready? GG's. Let's kick this off. Counting down here into the ley lines as we get straight to it here in the WardiTV Spring Championship. If you guys are enjoying the game so far today, oh, you know what time it is. It's time for me to tell you guys to hit the buttons. If you're enjoying the Twitch stream, consider following the channel. And of course, if you're feeling very generous, you have a Prime sub available. You can Prime sub to support the channel and more StarCraft 2 tournaments just like this one. You can also, of course, subscribe in other ways, as well as donating and cheering, helping us out to keep running these events and streaming. If you are on the YouTube, do take a moment to at least scroll down and hit the like button on the stream. And don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel if you've not already. If you're watching on Twitch and you've got a moment, you can hop on over to YouTube and do the exact same thing. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe. Helps out a whole bunch. It helps boost the YouTube stream because YouTube sees people going over there and interacting with the stream. They're like, okay, it's a stream people want to watch. It tells more people to watch. And all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, do go click those buttons on the YouTube. We appreciate it. There's also a YouTube membership system if you want to check that out. The last thing I want to mention just quickly is obviously this is a WardiTV tournament. And WardiTV tournaments are powered by you guys. AKA, you guys support and helps us make these events. One of the main ways you can do that is on the Patreon page. Patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of Patreon pledges go directly into tournament prize pools. So if you like what you're seeing in this tournament today, if you want to see more of it, if you want to keep more of it happening and going on, subscribe today. But check out the Patreon especially because, like I say, if you just want to make sure more tournaments happen, 100% of what you put in on the Patreon will end up in the pockets of players. So it's a fantastic way to ensure that you are continuing to support StarCraft 2 eSports and, you know, keeping these players active and playing. All the other observers in these games, they are just, yeah, you already answered it, the other language casters. We've got a French stream today, we've got a Russian-speaking stream, or two even. We've got Indie on the Polish stream, we have got, I don't know who else is in here. Russian language, French, Polish, Russian language, Rex doing the Taiwanese cast. Also, sometimes we have Naruto in from, or Bovo in from Tech TV doing the German cast. There's a lot of people covering in different languages. As yo, Rololo, thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate the Prime sub. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for supporting. While the council goes down, we do have ourselves a Reaper coming across the map, as well as it just checks to see what's up and what's going on. Yo, Admiral Spock, thank you so much as well, coming in with the Prime sub. Appreciate the Prime. Thank you so much for supporting as well. Thank you. As we got our Nexus chrono boosting along, just gonna get that going. CT coming up here as well for a few moments. Have ourselves the order command center coming about right now. Yeah, thank you so much again for the Prime subs, guys. Appreciate the support. Like I say, it goes a long way, helps us to keep on doing the StarCrafts. Thank you so very much. Again, Blink coming through, the Warp Gate coming online. Still got the Gateway in the Robo Facility coming up as well, so we can keep that going right here for a couple more moments. Obviously, get all the tech coming through for the next little bit. That Blink is getting up towards being done. Stimpack and +1 both continue coming as well. Coming, obviously getting pushed. Credit is going to get some damage onto that. So just poking that around. Take a few moments for the moment as that Marine Marauder sets up as well. Stimpack and the +1 upgrade coming also into play. You got a factory coming through. We continue to bring this online. Just going to be having our Marauders building, Stimpack producing. Combat Shield and +1 both now on the way, so again, ByuN just getting those bio upgrades up, and otherwise, Raider with the blink done, moving to charge on the +1, like I said, the Immortal production starts. He starts to beef up that army before he adds splash damage into it. Ain't nothing wrong with that, we see it all the time. The Immortals actually are such a great addition to these Protoss armies so often, like, if they're well protected, they do so much, and they obviously, you know, when I say well protected, I don't even mean by having like a lot of units there, as long as they just don't wander forwards, right? Because even if there's not a lot of units, the Immortals can tank a significant amount of damage a lot of the time and provide time for other units to really do their thing or reinforcements to show up. Immortals really are one of those additions to a Protoss army that I think for a long time were very underrated. Nowadays, much more popular, much more valued. Of course, the Immortals had a lot of changes over time as well. It's been reworked a few times over in terms of how it absorbs damage and has barriers or not, etc. But yeah, right now definitely seems to be a unit that people do tend to like adding into their army composition. And again, especially early if you're heading into that Robo because it gives you so many other things, then get an Immortal out because the Robo's not building much else right now if you've already had the Observer produced. These few Stalkers, unfortunately, stepping too far forward, they get grabbed by the Marauders there. So a couple of kills as ByuN capitalizes on a slight misstep from Creator. He goes a step too far, unfortunately. Can't be making little mistakes like that. Can't be letting that happen. As the rest of the bio continues to come through. And actually going to fight here. The force fields will keep the bio back a little bit, but also stop the Zealots from ever being able to really engage there as well. So that was not exactly ideal. So the Marines will put a tad more work in too. The +2 attack upgrade coming up. Armory and Ghost Academy both producing as well, so again, just a little bit of everything coming out right now. Fire Force around in the center. Obviously, ByuN still has a little bit of an army supply lead. That's natural at this stage for the Terran to have a little extra, especially because the pros are still working on getting their tech set up. There's investment to get that tech underway as well, obviously, initially too, so seeing all of that kind of coming around at first as the bio will start a fight. A couple of the Zealots taking shots, force fields are down. In position to obviously pressure that third, and this is where you really need to just keep that Colossus safe and just try and buy time where the Immortal can do a little extra. This is what I said about keeping the Immortal protected. Don't let it wander forward. Clearly, Creator kind of knew what was going on here, though, because he lifted straight back into the Prism. But yeah, that's the exact sort of moment when Immortal does not look pretty if it just wanders in. Obviously, if it's just amongst a couple other units, it really can do so well a lot of the time as the bio swings to the 4th base instead. So we're going to see a completely different approach now out of ByuN here, hitting the 4th instead and just forcing the Protoss army to kind of match his move over in this direction. So trying to come over there as best as possible. Again, the important thing for Creator is that you've just survived this phase anyway, right? Like, this is already going well for you because you are very much so alive and kicking. And ByuN's had to back away, go back to his base. It gives you a chance to settle onto 4 bases. Your Colossus count is looking good. That extended Thermal Lance is finally coming through. And his choice for the next step of this game, his next investment, is the Dark Shrine. So he's going to go for the harassment-focused follow-up. So going into that harassment-focused follow-up, getting those DTs up and running, getting those out and available here, that's going to be the next stage of this plan. As we get that underway, these few Marines going to continue across, and there is going to be a Zealot right there that will try and join up as well. Extended Thermal Lens still coming through, +1 armor in production. More barracks just continuing to produce in. Again, the 2-2 upgrades coming, the +1 ship weapons coming about. Ghost Academy and Vikings will also be getting added on. I will split across a few of the Storks in the center. I'm just going to take some hits right away. They're going to get pushed back as well. And so the armor upgrade coming through, the +3 attack building. And ship weapons done shortly with the extra barracks building 2. DC in the reactor also coming online. And our bio comes pressing over with the tech now online as well. Vikings and Ghost both brought into play here, so this is the next stage at which ByuN's army is going to be feeling that much better. As we have a few zealots that are going to harass over on this side. Just going to go step back over there to deal with this. Success series down. Bioforce will come down this ramp. The Zealot splits away over to the sides. And Disruptor and the upgrades continue to produce. The Robo Facility and Gateway is building. Now Zealot's going to get a Widow Mine. We still have that Fusion Core coming up and online as well from ByuN. The Vikings will also step on up. The Bio pushing forward. The Vikings are there. Chase that Colossus. A bit more damage being done. So far, it still feels like in this game, ByuN has been getting all of the better fights, right? Being able to take advantage of some of these better trades thus far. Doesn't really feel like there's been much of a fight where it's been like, oh, here we go, Creator jumps on this army, or anything like that. The potential is there, though. Disruptors are obviously coming up in numbers now, so they're going to have those. The DTs have potential to harass across the map. We have seen a handful of SCVs go down on the side of the screen here and there, so, you know, DTs are starting to make their impact. I believe it might not even be DTs, it might have just been a couple of Zealots actually initially, but DTs can start to do, you know, a very similar thing and try and make themselves heard. Pushing forward, the Colossus going down, man. The Vikings are absolutely nailing the Colossus, and this is 2 Colossus down so quickly. The base goes down as well, and Creator is not hanging on well against this force at all. That Disruptor shot from the north is huge, though. If there's a way for him to survive through what was a terrible start to the fight, that Disruptor shot would be a big part of the reason why, but I just don't know if it's enough at all. Anyways, the Vikings have landed. They're going to zone out from the top side. DTs have to morph into an Archon, apparently. Another Disruptor shot. This one will not be as impressive by a long, long way. But you kind of needed 2 or 3 Disruptor shots like that first one to really make the difference here, as it looks as though ByuN is going to nab himself a 2-1 victory. We'll get to go into the best of 5 against Solar. ByuN Solar, always a very entertaining matchup, always a lot of fun. And then we'll have the best of 5 elimination match. Looks to be between Creator and Mana, because Creator is not hanging on to this, so our Protoss player here is going to be falling. Don't think there's very much turning around to be done on this one. Couple scans, couple more shots here and there, still coming about. Widow Mines just burrowed, Disruptor shot builds. Fires through. The rest of the Zealot Stalker gathering up. Vikings re-put themselves in the sky. The Stalker stepped down, Widow Mine going down. All the Stalkers taking shots. The Liberators are going to come through again as well. Just going to get themselves sieged towards the top side here. So another Disruptor shot that's only going to clip a Marauder. The Ghost goes down as well. And we're still talking about a 70 army supply lead from ByuN, and pretty much all of it is in army as well, so it's a significant difference. ByuN is going to get this game win. And Creator has to tap out for the 2-1. So we are going to be heading into the elimination match first, as previously mentioned, guys. That will be between Creator and Mana. And then we'll be heading back to the Korean server for ByuN versus Solar, and potentially decide a match As well might be on Korea if Creator beats Mana, but that is to be seen. Alright, we'll head on over to NA. Get this set, and I'll just run some ads while we get our videos started up over there, guys, so give us a moment. So yeah, Mana actually has the better seed than Creator in this one. As Creator finished his group stage in 3rd place, and I finished his in 2nd, so a little bit of a seeding difference here. We'll hop on over to NA and get ready for the elimination round. Yeah, Creator just didn't seem like he could really fight that Terran army at all. Like, there was just not any real kind of, like, moments there which were looking good for him or anything. It seemed pretty rough through and through. And so we'll have ourselves, I guess, a couple moments to get into Manavis, Creator here, get this set up, try and get this underway. Alright, just waiting for Creator to hop on over. Like I say, we'll get into this PvP. Double check that he's coming. I just clicked the wrong server. Love my life. God damn it. Yeah, we'll try this again. Alright, just trying to get this set up, guys. Sorry. A little bit of jumping around to communicate. All right. Perfect, guys. Alright, get this set up. Get into this Creator Mana Best of 5 PvP. Videos are just now starting, so it might be a couple of moments longer. Get this underway. Like how all the groups have won 1st place, 2nd place, and 3rd place from Group Stage 1. Yeah, that was kind of the goal, to try and keep the seeding be meaningful from the first group stage. The only downside is we have there's one group, I believe, where someone has to play someone they already played in Group Stage 1. I can't remember which group it is. Oh, Bunny and Skillis are from the same group in Group Stage 1, which was something I was wanting to try and avoid. It just didn't work out with the schedules the players gave me, so it's the only little thing I would have liked to have made a little bit better for the 2nd group stage compared to how it went down. First map will be ley lines. Alright, let's get this set up, guys. Like I say, elimination match here. Will be some PvP. Down in row 2. Yes, down in row 2. Yeah, happened 2 group stages. Yeah, just didn't work out with the schedule of players. I mean, our number one priority is obviously still very high up there, like working the player schedules, and if certain players can't play certain days. I think it could have also been slightly avoided with schedules if we had like a full PvP group. That sounds miserable to me. Like, you know, like, that sounds absolutely miserable if you ask me. So, we'll just not do that. Much more simple. What's our 5th map here? Amygdala? No. Eldorado? No. Crossline Ultra. Killer? No. Persephone. Perfect. Alright. Get this underway, guys. Carry in the background looks dope. Yeah, it's pretty sick. It's pretty heckin' cool. Greater mana in here. We've got 7 casters, so we should be good to go. Carl's gonna go and cast it with me, yeah. No, I just, yeah, the full PvPs, four pros players in the same group sounded pretty miserable. I figured we may as well. For the sake of seeing like one potential rematch or 2 potential rematches, the groups worked out way better like this, so. Yeah, we'll, have a couple of rematches. Like I say, we do want to just respect the schedule of players. If certain players can't play on certain days, then that is all okay. Like I said, we can pretty much work around it, so. That was the plan. Obviously, it comes to the playoffs, then they're going to have to play on the playoff days, so. We get our own way in the end. PvP all day, all games, Phoenix Wars. Yeah, it just sounds miserable. Like, there's just no way you're ever going to convince me to make this group. I don't care. 4 or 5 hours of PvP genuinely sounds upsetting. You know, like what did we do to deserve such things? Alright, in the bottom left, as we do enter this PvP, I'm going to start off with our blue Protoss player Creator. He will be taking on the red Protoss player. In the top right side of the map, we have Mana. So giving Zerg players, the underrepresented race, a prize boost, incentivize more of that race? Probably not. I mean, who's gonna... I mean, the problem is we just don't have many top-level Zergs. There's less Zergs than Terrans and Protoss players in Korea. And the European Zergs aren't going to come and suddenly start playing for, like... whatever the prize increase you make for them, you know? Like, it's just, like... At that point, you're, like, basically paying them to play, and that's always a very dangerous precedent to set. Like, it's like, hey, we really want you to play because your race, you know, like, hey, if it's only $50, it probably makes no difference. And if it's anything more than $50, then it sets a very bad precedent for the rest of the term and stuff, you know? As our probes are going to chase each other around. Nils just coming straight up as we get ourselves settled down for a moment or two. Let's get this underway. Well, Stalkers on the way out. We have our Stargate coming about as well. Stalker's already going to be there, just hitting this Adept. That's actually a nice shutdown for Mana if he'd gotten it. He doesn't get it, though. Adept shades away before it dies. I mean, no one ever played online cups consistently. Yeah, I mean, it just depends what phase people are in, right? Like, some people just don't like the online cups. Nothing wrong with that, you know? Don't have to force everyone to play in everything. At the end of the day, like, Cyril could probably just stream ladder and probably make as much as he would make in the majority of online cups as well for, like, the same amount of time invested, right? So, without having to reveal, like, tournament strategies and so on, so... It's just... You know, a lot of these guys have other revenue streams that are just big enough that it doesn't matter at all, so... Kind of loses a few probes, but he does have the Stalker kind of pressure with as he's playing the one base versus the expansion right now, so he's going to come swinging in. Goes for that Void Ray. Would be amazing to get the Void Ray early. He's going to get super low. The battery out of energy, but the new battery does have energy. Sorry, there was actually another battery already there. But we still had enough Stalkers to kill it off with one more volley. Couple more Stalkers coming through. The Sentry stepping forward as well. Void Ray goes down. Just going to see a couple Stalkers getting picked away at. And then it's just going to have too much, apparently, because that Void Ray going down is a big part of the defense, and Mana will take an opening game over Creator in this best of 5. So Mana going to open up quickly with the aggression, and is going to deliver as we get ready to go into game number 2. So our second map here will be Amygdala. We'll get right to it and get this one hosted up. Alrighty, just getting everyone in here. Move up Mana, move up Creator. We'll kick off into this game number 2. Alright, let's count down into Amygdala. Alright, Amygdala coming up. We get this underway. Let's head into it. Alright, we have ourselves in the upper right-hand side of Amygdala, the blue Protoss. It is Creator. While in the bottom left, our red Protoss player is Mana, up 1-0 in this best of 5. I'll get number 2 as we get this started off. Going to be having our gateways coming up, the assimilers coming through, get settled in here for a couple of moments early, see where things will go, and just have ourselves the chance to see whether we see an expansion again. Does Creator dare to expand while Mana has already shown his ability to shut that expansion down and to succeed against it? Additional gateways continue to come by as we just have and the Cybercore and so coming through as well. A Zealot and Probe and the rest coming online. The Zealot typically just necessary to help really defend against things here. And Stargate coming through. Just going to be having a probe and the Adept coming about as well. And a couple of gates coming online. And a few Stalkers gathering up together also. So just getting a lot of this underway here for the moment. And Alan will gather also momentarily. And just get a lot of this up and rolling as the Zealot going to come across. Probe's going to get shot at. A little bit of damage being done there straight away. For Stargate, the choice from mana is he will have himself a little bit of a safer setup overall. As Creator looks to expand without that tech structure at all. So, again, looking to take a little bit of a risk here as Creator in these early stages. Hoping he can get away with it as the Nexus goes down from both at the same time. So obviously just one gate Stargate versus 2 gate expand. Gives mana the chance to get the Oracles up, and Oracle's such a useful unit. We've talked about them so much lately, but the ability with those Oracles to take stasis wards and just really control the game, especially now they have energy overcharge. So much value to be had with those there, so it's definitely going to be a factor as well. Oracle about to finish up. The Warp Gate's still very much so coming through also. So we get that up and are rolling. Voidray coming about. The Warp Gate's coming online as well. Let's just get that all settled in here for the moment. Is going to continue to hit, and we are just going to be seeing a couple of pros will start to be under some pressure. Battery in the main will keep the majority of it safe, though. Mana just makes a Void Ray as well, which I don't know if you really need when your opponent's expanding too, but maybe will help you to offset a little bit of the factor that he's going to be later on Blink. At the same time, though, it's like, would you not just rather he is already kind of moving in towards his own Blink a little sooner if it's the difference of, you know, having that gas earlier to get the Twilight Council going? I feel like I would have preferred that, but that mana is going to just be safe and get the Void Ray up, so I'm just going to make that happen. Get that started for now. And the Blink in the... Oh, it's not going to be Blink from mana at all. It's going to be a Dark Shrine. Ooh, interesting. So he's not going to get his own Blink quickly at all. Going to try and play the Dark Shrine and try and capitalize on his opponent. Potentially not having detection with the way that they're playing and the way that they're opening right now. So that could be a very cool method to get something settled here. As you see that Void Ray activating, getting a couple of shots off. Bit of damage being done once again. This Void Ray will finish off that Stalker. This is good pressure too, because this kind of makes you think, okay, I see a Void Ray, but I see Stalkers too, and you're thinking probably Blink. This might keep kind of Creator away from actually heading into anything that will truly save him against the DTs. We'll see soon if he's going to start getting some detection online, but I think Mana's put himself right now into a very good position. I like the direction he's taken this for the moment, so let's see if he can continue with that and continue with the success. And Blink coming up on both sides. Oracle will take a couple of nibbles right there as well, so a few more shots going down. Robo Facility coming up as well. Two more DTs on the way, the Nexus and the Robo coming up. So the Robo will give you the detection you need. You will be able to get the Observer off of that, so that's very important for Creator. That was necessary, otherwise these DTs are going to run a riot across the bases, as they will try and step up now. Of course, Mana is now very late on Blink, and the DT's buy him enough time to get Blink a little close to being done before these two end up engaging each other properly. Force Field kind of whiffs there initially. Obviously, Observer wasn't ready yet, so the idea is to try and buy yourself some time before these don't let these DTs do too much. And Mana's actually going to run away with them. He'd rather keep them alive than run them in. He could have probably had quite a few workers on the mineral line on the natural, but decides against it. Would rather, like I say, keep them alive, keep them for a later point, and bring them back into play then to try and find some more utility from them. Extra gates all building. The Nexus, it's about to finish. Again, the Blink is not far from being done. Creator and Mana continues to set up, +1 on the charge coming through as well. Stasis well set up. The Observer just going to be there. A couple of DTs will step forward as well. Again, +1 charge and the couple of units still producing, so Creator. I like where Creator's at, because to me, Mana's wasted time, essentially, of investing into the Dark Templar. They did not do enough to justify this position. They've not set him up nicely at all. And so now as Creator, you get to go into like Immortals and +1, and those are things that are going to be missing from Mana. So Mana's going to be heavily behind in the tech because of that choice to play the DTs. Walk the DTs forward there, but there's going to be detection right nearby anyway, so they really do not do anything at all. They get shut down immediately. Easy shutdown at that as well, so yeah, not exactly ideal in the slightest. Stalkers continue to come back over. We go turning around to trade again, so we will see the Immortal firing up a few more shots. A few hits just coming through already. Again, the Immortal can definitely apply some good pressure here and hit the Stalkers hard. You guys see Mana taking so much time to try and kill that Immortal. Creator doesn't save the Immortal, where he could have maybe picked up into the Prism, so he maybe could have done a little bit better for himself there than he did. I think that's a fairly fair little bit of criticism, because, you know, Immortals are tech units, and Immortals do a lot for you typically in these games, so definitely could have been a little smoother. A couple Stalkers will continue to fight against one another here, and yeah, we will just continue trying to engage on through. And the +2 attack coming up. The Immortal is on the way. We have on the pylon the Assimilator as well. Oh, nice Stasis Ward. That gives you an opportunity, surely, as Mana, as he could blink in for the Prism, which is quite far forward as well. Do we want the Prism? He wants the Stalkers while Blink's on cooldown. Oh, I guess I like that as well. I felt like the Prism was going to be a nice target, but I mean, this is why, because then obviously you're scared of the Immortal getting lifted, but he gets the Immortal anyway. Now he gets the Prism too, gets the pylon on this base. He'll just kite away. The Stalkers have come out of stasis now, but that obviously took a little while, so they're going to be lagging behind when it comes to getting back involved in this defense at all. Finally, they start catching up though, and Mana will begin to take some damage because of it all. And we'll take a few losses in these earlier stages still. Man, this was kind of wild, because Creator was in a pretty bad spot, but still turns it around. Obviously, having the +1 helps a lot, and the tech unit slowed you down a little bit as Mana. Mana is still struggling for just lack of tech in this game, for the fact of, you know, again, he opened the DTs and they just didn't do enough. He is 100% still stuck behind in this game compared to where he should be because of that. So it's been a little rough, as the Oracle will come through. We just have ourselves the +2 attack, and the Archon continue to build as well. Nexus coming up onto the top side. The Observer still moving across. Again, +2 attack coming in. The +1 attack upgrade coming through. And the Nexus building from Mana on the 4th base currently. So we get all of that up and rolling. Settled in already. Gonna get rid of this pylon. It removes one of the aggression points that Mana's been able to work with so far. So just gonna get that little pick off already. Well, the Stalkers here will continue through and just force Mana back. Mana's still just trying to make this work with Mass Stalker. He's at least catching up on one of the upgrades, but in general, it's still Creator's advantage, I would say. The army is just better for him. And Mana trying to use things such as the DTs from earlier in the game to give himself at least a chance to still step into this and still have some opportunity. But yeah, I think Creator is slowly taking more and more of an edge and slowly getting into that better and better winning position here in this game number 2. Looking to tie up this best of 5. Again, elimination match from the tournament. Mortal on the way, +2 attack building, couple pylons coming out. Stalkers get to the 12 o'clock, gonna hit that Nexus. The few Zealots show up as well, just gonna start knocking those down, pushing those away at the moment here. I mean, Mana gets rid of the base, but again, the issue is always going to be that he's going to be a little bit troubled when it comes to these yeah, he's always going to be a little bit troubled when it comes to these trades at this point, because his army is, again, just worse. You're always playing with that worst army that's just looking to try and bounce around the map and attack elsewhere and just trying to be the counter-attacking force, but there's only so much that I can do, and Creator just counter-attacks himself in this case. because Mana's army got caught killing the Nexus, all he could do was retreat. He can't just ping across and like be like, haha, I'm gonna hit your other base now. He wasn't in position to do that in the slightest. Now, this is exactly what Creator wants, a position where he can make use of his +2 attack upgrade, a position he can make use of his tech unit advantage, his Immortals and the Archon, and there's enough Stalkers to actually jump on that. I think the Zealots actually might have a bigger sway on this game, because that's something the Stalkers can't really trade out with very quickly with like 1 or 2 volleys. So yeah, I think that's going to be a bigger problem. You look a few of them into the 3rd mineral line, and so Mana's taking more and more economic damage. It's not exactly getting into a better spot. The whole position is hurting Creator a slight bit there, but not really too bad. GG, well played, says Mana, and Creator will tie us up 1-1, and we're going to a Game 3 with everything still on the line. Of course, it's a best of 5, so it's not match point yet, but it is obviously where you kind of want to be in a series with it all tied up and the opportunity for it to keep going back and forth between the players as we get Game 3 ready. Whispers of Gold. Back to Mana's server preference. Central, West, Central, West, Central will be the order for this series. Pop our lobby link down, get everybody in here. Got Creator up already. We're just missing a couple of casters. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 seems good. As soon as they hit accept, any moment right now, we are good. Ready, and we kick straight into it, guys. Get the games rolling here in our Spring Championship Group Stage 2, Group A, the round of 16 now. And I guess I should probably call it just the round of 16 Group A or something. That'd probably be a bit easier than saying group all the time. As we get Whispers of Gold coming up, let's head into our 3rd map here. Who will take the edge? Who will get onto match point? We get this up and running. In the bottom right-hand side, our blue Protoss is going to be Mana. On the upper left, our red Protoss will be Creator. Take a second to get into this one, guys. Probe chasing probe for a couple of moments here. Let's just get our probe going about, getting settled. Take a few moments. Talon comes down, a couple of Adepts still making their way up and running here as well, so again a little bit of getting established for a few moments. Just be seeing our sentry coming about, the warp gate coming up on both sides, 2 sentries from Creator, so this is 2 gates versus 2 gates, and both players are going to build sentries, just a little bit of a different way of doing it from both sides at the moment, is what we're seeing. A couple of devs going to come over, that probe is going to get shot at and denied. Continue to bring this all through. Again, Sentry Stalker coming up. Stalker's coming up on the side of Mana. Robo Facility building. The Nexus on the way. Those depths will still continue to linger around here for a couple moments. For the first 2 matches, best of 3 to save time a little bit from all best of 5s. Yeah, I talked about this earlier. It's basically just a compromise. 5 best of 3s, kind of short, right? You know, just not really that long of a day. Quite often 5 best of 3s can be 2.5 hours. Like, it's not uncommon to see 5 2-0s and there'd be 10 to 15 minutes games. Not even bad series. You can have good series be 2-0s and, 30 minutes long, and that can happen 5 times and it's just not long enough. But 5 best of 5s can be a little bit excessive group stages as well, I think. So, I think 5 best of 5s is a bit too long. 5 best of 3s is often a bit too short. This kind of usually hits right down the middle, so... Again, if our goal is to be about 4 hours long, 2 best of 3s, 3 best of 5s, typical expectations puts it about 4 to 5 hours, so... Nice start as Creator gets in, kills 5 probes, a couple of adepts going down, but that's what they're for, right? Getting in there and dealing some damage early, and that is exactly what they get up to, so going straight to work on that, no problem at all there. As we actually do intercept the Prism, that's pretty bad for Mana, as his units here are just going to be trapped in the middle of the map. They're not exactly fighting units either. He tries to save that extra sentry because he saved the Prism, but he's just going to say GG. This one has gone completely out of control, and Creator will take a 2-1 lead here in the best of 5. See, if this was a best of 3, this would have been a very fast best of 3, even if it was a 3-game series as well, right? So, yeah. I think it's becoming fairly common to do this kind of a setup because it really does kind of hit just a good length of time. Like I say, for streaming and for players, it's kind of like a good in-between. Alright, Creator takes the edge with his server preference coming up. Seven casters, 2 players, both ready. Into game. Wardy has an observer. I don't have an observer. I simply steal the observing of other people. The problem is when I observe, because I look at Twitch chat and I'm also trying to pay attention to making the observing look pretty. I'm not very good at doing all those things at the same time, and I miss a lot of stuff. I get distracted, and I'm just not a good observer. At the end of the day, I'm just not a good observer. At the end of the day, I think that's very fair to say. I think it's very apparent, and I own up to that every time. So I do this at the start of the game. I open in the bottom right the list of people. I find Indy, and I put us on Indy's camera, and then we sit here and we watch Indy's camera. Because Indy's actually a very good observer, and even though he's casting, he still misses things, same thing. He's also looking at Twitch chats and stuff, but he's just a better observer than me in the first place. So because he's a better observer than me in the first place, his usually looks much better than mine, so I usually steal his camera. It lets me spend a bit more time looking at the minimap. It kind of works because it's kind of like even though it's just me watching the game on my stream, it's kind of like 2 people watching the game, because he might notice some things I don't, and if I notice something he doesn't, I can still, jump screen over to where something is happening, like a run by or so, or like a drop is going on. So it's still like kind of using an extra set of eyes, so. Yeah. But yeah, I always, I don't know, it's just nice not observing. It makes the days a lot more fun for me. A lot of people just like observing anyway as well, like Indie never follows other people, so... As yo, Akar4, thank you so much for the 7-month resub on the Prime, appreciate it. Thank you so much for using your Prime on the channel. Helps out a whole bunch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream and the StarCraft 2, especially the WardiTV Spring Championship. Yoink my obs now. Yeah, pretty much. It's funny because, like, I did this for years and years in terms of, like, I casted StarCraft 2 for years and years before I even ever thought of possibly using someone else's camera. I never thought of this. And when I thought of it, I was like, I'm a genius. And then I realized, like, there's, like, at least 3 casters that were already just stealing my camera every single game anyway. I was like, oh, I thought I was a real genius. These guys have been stealing my camera for freaking years. I was like, God damn it. They must absolutely hate my... They must be real bad observers. They think it's worth taking my camera. Yeah, it's quite common. Like, if me and... when me and Take TV used to stream together, and it was, like, only us in the lobby, we'd often take turns in observing as well. So, like, he would do one series, Nerudo or Bovo. He would do one series, then I would do the next series. And then we could both have breaks from having to click the camera around. Obviously, you can't do that when you're casting replays, because unless someone observed the replay when the replay was first recorded, you can't jump onto someone's vision during a replay, so it has to be... If they were in the game when the game was played, and that's what the replay is from, you can then steal their camera, but you can't do that otherwise, so... I still do have to do the hard work when it's replay days, you know? It's not all sunshine and rainbows and shortcuts. I was just going to see if he's always going to get there. That paneling goes down. It's going to be a little bit brutal because that means the battery's depowered, and so this low ground is already very susceptible. Creator taking a slower Nexus, but still a Nexus back at home, so getting into that position right now. Getting that set up as our Stalkers will continue to ping for some more damage. This one goes down again. Battery will fall. And the pylon just going to get cancelled up for the moment as our Stalkers come through, and the battery is coming in as well. Stalkers will shoot. Nexus takes some damage. The Oracle going to step back over. The Warp Gate coming over. Another Stalker just going to get warped into this main base. We start a fire. The Stalkers could have had the Void Ray there, I think. He actually comes back around, hits the Nexus a little bit more. And he'll finish the Nexus, but I think he could have had the Void Ray if he went straight through it there. If he stepped immediately. GG's. Man, apparently it's just all gone wrong. And that's going to be Creator winning this series out. So Creator will survive to the decider matchup. So we'll be seeing Creator again in just a little bit after another best of 5. As we are going to be hopping over to Korea for the rest of the day. Then our European of this group is eliminated. And so we'll go to Korea for Solo versus ByuN. And then the winner of that advances. And the loser of that will play Creator. Either a Creator ByuN rematch or maybe a Solo versus Creator matchup. Kind of feeling probably we get a ByuN Creator rematch. I think Solo's playing very well lately. I would favor Solo against ByuN a little bit at the moment, so let's see what happens. As we will get this ready to rumble. Alright, a couple more minutes then, guys, and get this started. Perfect. Alright, guys, action is a-rolling. As ByuN throws a question out, Solo replies. That's all well and good, guys, but time to get some vetoes done. I'm always interested in what these guys talk about when they first join the lobby. Let's have a peek. And do some translating. Just in case they're like, man, do you also hate Wardy? And they're like, yeah, I really hate Wardy. I'm just gonna be like, huh. And I never read that. Vetoes are beginning. Get that underway. Apparently ByuN was asking Solo, why don't you say hello to me? And he's like, he said hi. And he's like, in Korean. Alright, a couple of videos coming through, guys. Frostline, Ultralove, Persephone, and Eldorado are taken out. This is like an Amygdala, a Killer's Mile, Sandworm, Ultralove, no, not Ultralove, Leylines, and Amygdala. We'll see what we get here in just a moment. Fix the YouTube window over here quickly. I minimized it by mistake. So people in the YouTube chat was like, Wardy doesn't always read YouTube chat. I'm like, yeah, you're so right, because sometimes I minimize it to like go on a Ligulac and stuff. Like, YouTube chat gets sacrificed a lot of the time, you know. YouTube chat gets sacrificed because I just need the screen space without tapping out on the main PC we're observing on. Whispers was the map I hadn't thought of. Whispers, so Killer's Mile, and Amygdala. Oh. Sandworm, sorry. We're starting on Killer's Mile, that makes sense. Big brain over here. Alrighty, give me a second, guys. Move people around a little bit. And should be get ready to go. Are all stage 2 matches best of 5? No, because the first 2 matches in each group are not best of 5. So the majority of it's best, like the first 2 are best of 3, then 3 best of 5s, and that's going to be the true for all the group stage 2s. All right, we're just getting one more caster in here, it seems, and we are going to be good to set off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's do this. ByuN versus Solar, guys, coming up right now as we head into Killer's Mile, game number 1 of this best of 5. Raider has beaten out Mana. He will knock Mana down. Mana top 16, still not to be ashamed of, I don't think, because honestly, I look at that performance from Mana. He did well. He honestly felt like he could have maybe had Solar as well in that earlier matchup. And these are not easy opponents, right? Not in the slightest. Alright. As we are officially good to go. Perfect. Let's hop into the bottom left-hand side as we get into this best of 5 TVZ. We're going to be starting off with the blue Zerg player. This is Solar. Taking on the red Terran in the upper right corner of the map, we have got ourselves ByuN. Solar from Team Falcons, ByuN from the Shopify Rebellion. We get into the first game of this best of 5. Killer's Mile is our opening map, one of our TLMC 20 maps that we've employed here for the WardiTV map pool up until the end of the Spring Championship. We might have a little bit of a shift from this after next weekend's playoffs. Might make a couple of changes. Obviously, we have got the TLMC map pool that's being established now as they are working with Blizzard to continue map rotations, so we'll likely pick up a few maps that are being used in there. Again, we can't completely change the WardiTV map pool because with our events, some of our events being sponsored by OSC, they have some map pool requirements of their own that certain maps must, a certain amount of maps must still be ladder maps. So we'll be making some changes, but probably still not being exactly on the proposed ladder maps until the proposed ladder maps are actually coming to ladder. These guys always chitter-chattering between each other as we set up into this game number 1. And we'll see what the plan may be between the guys as we head into this opening game of the series. Again, always a bit of fun between ByuN and Solar. They really are very chatty players amongst each other. Some of the chattier Koreans that we probably have participating. ByuN, it's usually ByuN. ByuN is always a chatty Korean player. He's always talking to his opponents and causing trouble and having a joke around, having a good time. Very friendly with everyone. It's the kind of the cool thing about the Korean scene, I guess, is that it feels as though most of them are obviously pretty good friends because they've been doing the same thing together for so long. They're all in you know, the StarCraft 2 together. They've obviously been to a lot of events together and so on, so they hang out a lot. I just find it very interesting. ByuN's a social guy. That's why people like him so much. Yeah. ByuN's actually quite funny, I think. The interactions I have with ByuN always lead me to feel like he's quite a funny guy, even if we don't really understand each other. You know? Alright, well, opening is not anything too wild. We do not see Multi-Rax Reaper, we do not see any proxies, we do not see any fast aggression from the Zerg. It's going to be a pretty standard first few minutes of this game, number 1. Young Killer's Mile, expecting just obviously triple CC from the Terran. It is double gas though, so third CC will be a bit later if we do go into it. Instead, going to focus on some of the harassing units early, getting that starport online, probably just Hellion Banshee right from the get-go, and take a slower third base behind that. Never mind, what am I saying? There's already a third base building. For some reason, my brain is like a minute and a half behind, and it thought this was the natural. So yes, we're doing all of this just rewind. As you can see, guys, he's built a third base here. With the double gas now obviously coming online, allows him to get some units up off the starport as well, which is exactly what you're looking for. And very standard build from ByuN. Very typical 3CC on a very macro kind of map. Wow. Great analysis, Wardy. Good thing we got that right on the first time, wasn't it? Beautiful. Love it. I was literally just... I look at the production tab, I just didn't look at the time of the game. It amazes me how much I yap on sometimes, you know? Like, there's sometimes I get into the game like, right, well... I've been just chatting for a little bit. Let's talk about this game. I'm like, man, why is the clock at 3.5 minutes? Like, I don't know how this happens. It's like I've said nothing, but we're 3.5 minutes into the game. Incredible. 2 Hellions and the Reaper out, and we are going to continue building Hellions. With the Liberator coming up, it's not a huge gas investment, so the fastest impact kind of comes through as well, so we begin to kind of pressure in, or not pressure into, but, you know, build up into that bioplay a little bit already. A couple of Marines there, we'll hit that Overlord. Overlord is going to drop, and Solo will get supply blocked from this. Those things are just going to continue to cruise about. We still got ourselves the engineering bays in production. We continue to bring those out as well. Get that set up. As the stim pack comes through too, so we bring that straight over. Hellion's actually going to start hitting this natural. We don't have a lot of Lings available right now, and ByuN is going to find an access point with the Queens out of position. That is going to be a big pain point because now he's going to lose so many drones in this main base. Solar, this game won. I don't want to say it's already close to being over, but it's obviously not good, right? 15 workers going down is a significant number. We're losing a Queen. We're losing a lot of the Lings that have been remade to try and help deal with this. The Lib's going to go to the third. Get a couple more drones there as well. Takes us up to 17 drone kills in recent history. And that is economy damage that you do not want to be seeing from Solar. I mean, 5-6 drones, manageable, recoverable. 17 drones? That's the sort of damage which when this stim pack is... Well, stim pack is done, but when 1-1 combat shields finish, you're going to see the difference in army size, and you're going to be like, oh, yeah, we are dead, Solar. Unless Solar finds a way to hang on in that scenario, it's going to be very tough. Like, this just becomes a very difficult game from here. So ByuN establishing himself in a good position early. I mean, if there's one thing Solar's an absolute specialist in, it's surviving when he shouldn't, and being able to draw the game out. He throws an infestation bit down, so we'll see what his plan is, if he has something kind of tricksy up his sleeve. Perhaps maybe he's got a specific way in which he feels like he can go about this. We shall see as we get this going over the next few moments. Medevac moving out, melee upgrades coming up. Roach speed coming through as well. And Medevac just going to boost on forward, and the Marines go all the way over to the left-hand side. Couple of shots on the hatchery. And as the Queens will start to fight back. So the first wave of this attack is not really getting pushed back. It's not doing too much either. The Roaches will show up, and they are a sturdier defense. It's the larger army that's going to be a problem, especially for Roaches here, because Roaches can trade okay in smaller numbers, but the higher the number count, typically that's where Roaches need to outmass the opponent, and there isn't going to be a lot of outmassing going on based on what we're currently seeing, right? So Not exactly ideal at the moment here. +1 vehicle weapons coming up. We got our Marines, the siege tank on the way as well. So just get a bit of everything coming through. The medevacs and Marines continue to build. And here's the larger army. This is where the roaches will struggle. We are having to build more roaches too while trying to actually go into hive, lings, and banes, which is also not exactly ideal to say the least. I mean, Solo truly is just in a world of pain right now. You can't lose that many drones early and get away with it, is what it comes down to. Ain't really rocket science. It ain't some big secret. And as ByuN pushes, like, so the supply is there. It's Roach Ravager. Say your upgrades on Ling's upgrades, though. Bane speed just started. I just don't think this is enough Roach Ravager at the moment, as we are going to see ByuN just stepping further forward. Maybe we can corrosive battle some of these tanks now. First tank shots are going very well. Marines will stim again. Took a long time to get rid of that final tank, and a lot of tank shots land on the Roaches, so the splash damage good. The first few Lings that will stream in will just not do anything as well, and again, we're just at that point where we needed more than this. Again, if you're on Roach Ravager at this stage, it needs to be truly overwhelming numbers. Like, it wouldn't be uncommon for a Roach Ravager player here to be maxed out, right? And obviously Solo's building a Viper, and he's building Bane speed and so on. But like, Roach Ravager attacks come through and you get maxed out very early a lot of the time, and, you know, Terrans even then can defend that sometimes. Obviously, this is just not hopeful when you look at the supply difference and consider the army compositions. As ByuN is just going to get the base and back it up for the moment. He's going to have the base on the bottom side Solo to try and re-establish to 77 drones, so his economy is fine. We've got a couple more creep teamers. Ling Roach Ravager stepping over. The Marines will take some shots. A couple of drones going down. The Lings are still running across as well. The Banes want to try and connect. The Marines load them up and play the evacuation game, so they're just going to get pulled straight out of here and going to be saved. ByuN just continuing to drop while his army gets better and better. Drilling Claws coming online, 2 upgrades. And so, like I say, has the Viper. He's got an Ultra Cavern coming through. He's starting to improve this army a little bit at least, so there's some hope here, I'd say, compared to the initial expectation, if nothing else, as Roach Ravager continues. Again, the Viper and the Queens continue around. 2 upgrades coming up as well. Concussor shells on the way as well from ByuN, just to keep you up to date with what he's doing. But 4th base up, 5th base building. I mean, are we a little bit worried that ByuN is not ending it? I mean, we'll see how this next fight goes. We'll see how well Solo can continue to hang on in there. As we see our Roaches coming through, a little catchery cancel already going down as well. A little portion of ByuN's army really, as he splits the medevac away nicely from the parasitic bombs, so he's able to protect himself from that at least fairly reasonably. Fire now stepping up, and we'll begin to get rid of a couple of these creep tumors, and the Roach Ravager, joined by Banelings, gonna start taking damage again. ByuN is already pushing this back, getting rid of the creep. Good Blinding Cloud makes the Marines step forward a couple of times, trying to get them to step forward into Baneling connections. There's obviously one way in which you can find a lot of efficiency here and see a lot of success. Just have ourselves the 3-3 upgrades, very much so, still on the way through from ByuN as well. Adrenal Gland is going to be finishing soon from Solo, though. Like I say, he's definitely making a good case for staying alive and hanging on in there, which is, again, one of the things that Solo is maybe the very best at. He is very good at surviving, if not one of the absolute just best. Couple more corrosive biles. It's a Widow Mine that dies. Still got the 3-3 upgrades. Still got +1 missiles. Still got muscular augments. The Lurk Den halfway done as well, so we continue to bring that straight through. ByuN is not making too much progress across the map. Like, he's trading, but I wouldn't say he's like pushing through. I really thought he was going to have a much easier time, in all honesty, with this game. I mean, he does hit a drop on the left side. That's an issue with Solo. The other thing Solo doesn't have is creep spread, right? His creep spread is gone. it's basically non-existent in front of his bases. So that's one major downside that he's going to have as this game progresses. So while a lot of the numbers and a lot of the fights are still kind of hanging in there, you're still seeing some advantages from ByuN's early game damage lingering. I mean, the creep is a big part of it, and the creep is really a reason because Solo was behind, ByuN was able to step forward very aggressively and clean out a lot of that creep in the mid game, force the queens to fight in the defense, and so you can't keep creep spreading as well as you would usually, creep spread. So it might not seem like a direct kind of, correlation to why or what happened earlier, but that is how it goes as we get a couple more shots off. Again, upgrades still coming through. Lurkers are on the way at the moment. Roach Ravager Hydra coming back over as well. As you just see the Bio continue to get in. Some more damage being done. Going to pull back as the Widow Mine lands onto a good group of Zerglings over there. So a few more shots. 3-3 about to finish up on the side of ByuN. So we get that side of upgrades finishing. The Ghosts are on the way. We get the Advanced Ballistics building as well. And a couple of those orbitals will also be producing on forward. The Lurkers in position immediately, just going to hit those Marines. Nice little pushback. That Lurker is finally going to go down. So Lurker falls, the Ravagers step up, the Marines take some more damage. You see our Bio continue to trade here for a couple of moments as we go back and forth. The Lingbane Hydra still stepping through. Again, the medevac is going to come over as well as we just fly overhead, and the rest of the Bio still very much so joining together right now. Vipers, Hydras, Lings, all producing. That Lurker went down, a few Hydras still stepping about. Two more Lurkers on the way up, the Bio will spread, a couple of snipes coming in, hitting those Lurkers as well. The Banelings will continue to chase. As we pull back over to the sides, the Siege Tank getting a few more shots off. The Hydra still getting killed. Game +3 carapace is about to complete, so you're going to be a little bit stronger here as Sola. As he's getting those Lurkers out, and again, gets to a whole new stage of this game. One of the stages where Sola is the absolute best. He really is such a good Zerg player with Lurkers in his hands. Is it going to be good enough to keep himself alive and to keep himself competitive here against ByuN? Those Lings still going down. Snipes coming through. The Lurker's going to try and brute force their way down this ramp, getting to reach of this army. Gonna have to keep backing away. Parasitic Bomb splits away from that nicely once again. He's been very good against the bombs. Those medevac splits have been absolutely on point so far. Solar Supply is not doing well. He doesn't have the economy either, so I think ByuN is eventually going to get this game to go in his favor. Like I say, it's been a long time coming, because I just say that the damage he did early really should see him through to a victory. I think ByuN's held control of this game pretty much at every stage. Just like I say, kind of expected at some point this to be a little bit of a faster win overall, I suppose. But, like I say, you don't want to rush into it as well. We have seen ByuN a lot of the time go a little bit too overly aggressive, right? And sometimes, like, fling himself at his opponent, somewhat recklessly again and again. And you're like, ah, no, ByuN, please stop. You were ahead, and now you're not. So again, you can mention that maybe you want to see this idea of like let's go finish it, we're ahead. But I actually do think of a lot of times where ByuN has tried to do that and it backfires. So maybe a bit more of a mature ByuN here. The second map will come up to ley lines in just a couple of seconds, so we'll get ley lines on the way. Get this started up. Game 2 of this best of 5. Who's missing? French stream. Always someone from the French stream still in game or something. French guys are just like, they don't care. They're just like, they're AFK, they're watching something else, they're switching PCs. I don't know what they're doing. It's crazy. Alright, we're jumping into ley lines, everybody. Game number 2 of this best of 5 winners matchup. You know, I'd be kind of excited if ByuN beats Solo, simply for the fact that Solo Creator is a matchup we haven't seen yet today. I'm always a fan of when we get to see the, you know, the non-rematch in the decider. But at the same time, I'd also love to see Solo advance through to give us some guaranteed Zerg in the playoffs already after just the first group of the round of 16. That would also be very nice. I would also be a big fan of that, so yeah. Kind of, I guess a win-win for me. Whatever happens is a positive to it. As down a game in the top right side currently, our blue Zerg player here will be Solar. Representing Falcons, of course. While in the bottom left corner of ley lines, our red Terran player is ByuN. Game 2 of our best of 5 series. Heading into ley lines here, we get this set up. We will get this all started off as the hatchery and the drones continue through, the racks and the gas coming online as well. And drone just coming up, just going to be seeing our hatch and our pool coming online. The orbital, the Reaper, the CC, all building as well. See that CC coming about, the Reaper coming through. Get settled here for a few moments. ByuN's the most fun player to watch right now. I was watching, I always love watching him. I mean, ByuN's just a very entertaining player to watch full stop, right? He's always fun, it's always micro-heavy. It's always quite aggressive. There's very... I mean, sometimes ByuN turtles up. And even then, I feel like his turtling games aren't as slow or as boring as a lot of other people's turtling games, so... We got a couple shots off. Drone taking some damage, and the Lings will take some nips as well from those Reaper hits. Some damage being done here early as we just have our Ling speed and drones continue to produce. The Overlord coming online as well, and triple CC on the way from ByuN. So this time I'll be correct in telling you guys that he's actually going triple CC from the very get-go, instead of derping around with my assessment of what's happening. Starport is on its way, the command center building, and the SCV coming through too. Still got that Ling speed coming up as we have ourselves the drones on the way, the Queen coming out, hatchery a building. That Starport will finish very shortly. Again, the CC is building through too. The couple of Hellions are still on their way out as well. Hellions continue to build. SCV's producing, command center on the way. Coming through, the Banshee on the way up. We had a couple of Hellions in as well. It's going to be seeing the Reaper and the Hellions going to go about. Creep Team is going to get picked off. And we do have our cloaking on the way around as well. Just going to be seeing the drones coming up. Queen establishing. And this time it is going to be Banshees on the way from ByuN. So getting himself that Banshee establishment. Obviously, last game he just broke in early with the Hellions and got a lot done. Still needs to be much better with the defense this time. He can't let that happen. It was too free for ByuN, right? Like, there was... He just got in easily, and the Lings went down, and the Queens weren't in position. Terrans are getting very good at making those breakthroughs. I mean, Clem, I feel like really kind of inspired a lot of Terrans to be like, hey, look, you can actually just run into the Zerg space and kill drones. And they're like, wait, what? And as the Reaper will step out toward the middle. Still got the Banshee and the Cloak on the way in. The Stimpack coming online. SCV's producing, Barracks producing. And the Hellions get up the right side. Start doing some damage. A couple of Creep Teamers already going down, and now the Queen's getting jumped on as well. Spore Crawler will shoot. The Banshee taking some more shots. Stopwatch just drops down onto the reactor. The few additional barracks still coming up as well. Just have the 1-1 upgrades and that Stimpack all building, so... yeah, obviously no major damage done this time, though. ByuN loses the Hellion and has only killed an Overlord in the game, so... much better situation for Solar, no doubt. A couple of Banshees will continue to go, hit that hatchery for a little while already. 10+1+1, Stimpack on the way through, the Siege Tank and the Armory coming about, the Reactor's building as well. Queen's going to get themselves back in the middle, still got the, again, melee upgrades very far along, the Baneling Speed is still very much so coming up also. Reactors building also right now. Armory is close to finishing as the Hellions going to hit the Queens and just try and trade. Big grenade pops the Queens forward, trying to get them off creep. Looks like the Queens nearby though. They weren't bopped, so there was always going to be a transfuse available. That's why ByuN doesn't try and trade for that final shot. He knows the transfuse will come down. He's not worth giving up the HP on his units, which obviously want to try and stay aggressive so they can catch creep tumors and so. Right now would have been a great moment to have moved up that ramp and to be like, aha, creep tumor, and just get that. And he actually does with the scan get it anyway. So he'll scan, he'll get another couple. And again, just trying to slow down the creep and the control of the map. That's something he did very well in the last game because Solar fell behind early. ByuN was able to take that advantage. Allowed him to do so much from there. Solar just jumps on ByuN before ByuN's ready to play here. And that's going to be a couple of tanks going down immediately. So big damage done there. The rest of the Marines gathering up. The Hellions as well. And we still continue to gather in as the upgrades come through. Barracks in production. Marines coming about. CC will get started. Just going to be seeing the 2-2 building on the side of ByuN. Gets going as well at the moment. So bring this around right here. Get this up. And 3 more racks on the way up from ByuN. CC added on as well. But not sure what we're really going to be able to do as ByuN aggressively, because I did feel like we lost actually quite a lot in that attempt previously that kind of backfired on him, so that was not really ideal, as the hatchery on the right side will go down, so at least we get a base, so a little bit of a shove works out, and he has got a drop still set up on the other side of the map as well, so across the board, he's actually not too badly set up here. Infestation Pit coming online, the Hydra Den going to be a part of this with Hydras pouring out, and a Spire coming up too. Marines will just stim up and get rid of a couple of these creep tumors for the moment. And the Spire building, the Hive coming on. 2 more Banes going up, just got Augments, 2 melee upgrades all building online as well. Hydra's going to get forward, the Banshee cloaks up, a couple of Hydra's going to get chased around, the rest of the Marines and the Hellbats gathering together as well. Still just seeing that Hive coming through, it's halfway done at the moment, 2 melee upgrades building also. And the Banes and the Hydras continue about. Just going to continue to run back. The Marines are a pretty heavy surround on them, no? Wow, he actually gets away. I thought they were going to get killed, but no connections, and Solar is going to end up in a little bit of a sad point there. That was not quite what he wanted. A little bit of a worse trade than he's looking for, although Hive is finishing soon, and that's going to open a whole new layer of this game for Solar. He's not built the Lurker Den, so no Lurker upgrade is going to be the plan initially, but gotta imagine there's something of a plan coming through here. As the units on the center going to push. The Medivacs actually get shut down, though, so ByuN will lose out on those straight away. The little catch from Solar just going to be coming straight about right there, so just going to be getting a few units, force them to lift up. Good little job for the moment. I mean, Solar's able to stay on being aggressive. We guys see the Fuse Fury Corrupts coming up, but also straight to the Greatest Spire, so he's going to head toward the Broodlords as a opportunity right now. Seems to be his plan, so gets that up and rolling. And the Bio gathering up, the Ghosts and the +3 melee weapons coming up from ByuN. He's getting the extra CCs. He's very ready to sit back and total it up. My question will be, is he going to be actually ready to deal with the Broodlords at the time at which Solar shows up with Broodlords? Because honestly, I'd be a bit surprised at how fast Solar's coming in with these Broodlords right now. Like, the fact he's setting up into them already is like, okay, like, the Corruptors are building, but there's no need for Corruptors otherwise. There's like one Liberator on the map, so like I say, to me, the Broodlords are already a little bit of a like, wow, are we really about to build these? And yes, he is. And I think that might catch ByuN a little off guard in a game where he probably feels like he's got more time to spend sitting back and dealing with kind of, you know, first waves of units, Slingbait and Hydra, just dealing with those attacks and all the rest of it. So, yeah, it definitely feels a little bit of an intriguing moment or two here as the Broodlords will come up. And, I mean, obviously Ghosts can do well against Broods, but, you know, some Thors are always a really nice addition. A few Vikings, maybe. Really depends if you can get the Ghosts near enough the Broodlords to snipe. And right now, with a lot of the Lingbait and Hydra support, getting those Ghosts close enough might actually be the challenging part of this, so that might be a little bit tough as the Broods drop down the first round of Broodlings. And like I say, can ByuN get the snipes he's looking for here? He's going to eat an EMP on the Viper. The Siege Tank portion of this defense is getting taken out as well, though, so that part goes down pretty easily. Couple more snipes. Broodlords getting hit by them. ByuN getting a fight back there. That's what he needs if he wants to succeed on this. You absolutely need to see success against those Broods. You cannot let them control this game, as Solar has committed a lot to these Broodlords as well. So if this Broodlord shove doesn't work, I actually don't really like where Solar is at continuing on in this game. At that point, I actually get a little bit concerned for him. I just think it's going to become very difficult. Because, like I say, the Broodlords are quite expensive, and to invest in them so soon if they're not successful, it really slows down a lot of your other tech. Like, you're not going to have a lot of other supporting units, right? You're not got a Lurker baseline. You don't have a Spellcaster baseline either, really, apart from a couple of Vipers. All of that is really missing. Again, so much of the attention he has put on the Broodlords as Solar rebuilds into Lingbait and Hydra as the reinforcement waves. Hoping to, again, just batter down ByuN's defense and then maybe break through with that big reinforcement warp in coming in the near future. That seems to me to be the plan. So thank you, Mad Alien, by the way, for the 61-month resub here on Twitch. Thank you for that. Over 5 years of support on the stream. Thank you so much for being so awesome. As our Banes crash into this planetary fortress, it will go down, so ByuN loses a base. Now, he's got other CCs nearby. He will have a new base to replace that with sooner rather than later. But he is starting to run out of money a little, and I do feel as though Solar's starting to get some better trades. Only one Broodlord left, though, so this comes back down to just Lingbait and Hydra now. But Lingbait and Hydra can be a very good swarming army. The Bane's starting to connect towards the Ghosts. Don't kill off too many of them, though, so not too successful yet. Oh, man. Meals drop back down. ByuN keeps on mining. Both players are spending their banks. The big difference being is that Solar obviously just has more of the map to be actively mining from, so it does feel pretty good for him that he's just kind of getting that mining continuing to come about, and he's just very active with it, like I say. That's a positive, right? He's already mining off those bases. If ByuN doesn't do anything to deny the bases of Solar, can ByuN continue to mine enough to keep on trading in this way? Resource loss is about 7,000 worse off for Solar, so it's absolutely fine for ByuN. But he's going to lose his 5th base here again. Without a 5th, like I said, this becomes a challenge. Hydra step forward to finish off that CC, and they will get it. There are other command centers nearby. None of them are just plain CCs though, so if you want that to be a Plan 3 Fortress, that is not currently looking to be an option. More tank shots coming through. The Broodlord from afar just can be annoying once again. I feel like Solar is making this his game. I feel like Solar is getting the edge in this one. He is doing enough for me to be called the advantage player, right? Like, he is absolutely getting into a leading position in this game number 2, it feels like. Let's get forward. Just going to be seeing a couple creep teamers going down. Still, the Liberators are coming about also. I will fight. The Lingbane steps away. The few Hydras come through as well. Vikings still overhead. We just have ourselves the Ghosts producing, the Cloaking, the Marines all coming up as well. I will fight. A couple of Banelings from the sides going down already. This is where ByuN's defense starts to look a little bit better, and he will chase a few of those units away. 5th base going to get back online. It's still just an orbital. Because again, just every time I look at the minimap, I just see this this concave of Zerg bases in the upper right of the map, and you know, when the concave is on the Zerg side in terms of bases towards your bases, that's probably not a good sign, right? I mean, it feels like Solar just has enough mining to justify the 11,000 resource loss difference. He still doesn't have a huge bank, though. He is getting the Lurker Den up, so going to be a little bit of a kind of game plan change there. Get a few Lurkers brought in. Not a terrible choice. Good to have something a bit more sturdy to step back onto. Unfortunately, as ByuN is trying to drop around, he's completely undefended on that mineral line, and so 10 SCVs go down. Orbitals have to be lifted. The last thing ByuN wants is to be taking hits on his economy and his bases. We are going to be seeing those Ghosts getting fungled as well, so they're all going to go down. That's going to be the breaking moment. That fight was just so convincing from Solar. Nothing else to talk about on that one. We have ourselves a and we have ourselves a GG to go into game 3 with this all tied up. Any whispers of gold coming through. We'll get this settled. Sorry, just trying to make my brain work. Alright, we're good. Solar joining us here. Is everyone in from the French stream? Ah, yeah, we lost a caster, so we only meant to have 6 now, and that makes so much more sense. Someone left us at some point, yes. Ooh. If I remember what people tell me, it would be much easier, huh? Alright, we are good. Let's go into this as we have in the bottom right side our blue Zerg player, Solar. He is going to be tied up 1-1 against the red Terran in the top left. We have got ByuN. Now Solar just again getting to that more commanding position, controls the game very nicely in those scenarios. Where'd I get the Pokemon jacket? And got off the Pokemon Center. It's just official Pokemon merch. Pokemon Center's pretty great if you have it in your country. It's not cheap, but it's affordable Always good quality stuff as well. Alright, game number 3 is best of 5, of course, here in this winners match. Winner is going to be our first player through into the round of 8. So we look forward to seeing how that turns out, to see who's going to be joining us there for next weekend's playoffs. Very much so on its way through. The orbital coming up. Very standard first few moments for now. Nothing too crazy just yet. You know, CC just building, a couple of queens and the lings coming about. We get that all ready to rumble. And factory, command center, all building through. As, yeah, a couple of queens and that ling speed will continue up as well, so bring all of that into play, get that going. Going to be seeing a Reaper continue to hit the few Zerglings. It's a few shots coming about, so our Ling speed continues through. Again, CC, factory, reactor, all building. A couple of CCs on the way up, in fact, as the grenade goes down. The Queen takes a few more shots already. So you guys talking about the Aces ROG tournament in YouTube chat? Yeah, this tournament was the craziest thing. They hired me, Roddy, and Demu to do this tournament. They flew Roddy and Demu to Sweden, and they had me as the online caster, right? I was like, okay. And you know what the setup was? The setup were Roddy and Ben were desk hosts and analysts, and then they'd throw to me doing the casting solo online. So Roddy and Ben would do like a 5-minute segment, be like, well, time for the next best of 5 series. Here's Wardy for the Wardy solo cast. It was like a 12-hour day or something. This was ridiculous. Eventually, they added Lambo as an extra caster, and Roddy and Ben also did a couple of series as well. This was absolutely just a baffling. This was just a baffling choice of way to set it up. Like, I thought we were just gonna, like, you know, me and those guys would cast like a little bit of rotation or something. I had no idea what the plan was, but it was a funny one to think back on, if nothing else. That was really funny, actually. Looking back, I was just like, I don't know how the guys they flew out to Sweden did the least work. Like, it was genuinely a master plan from Ben and Roddy. Means the Liberator gonna get rid of that Overlord. That's a supply block. Could events like Aces ROG and IEM be able to keep SET on, considering they have their own major sponsors? I mean, the problem with that stuff is that... the problem with those events is that you just don't get a good return on StarCraft 2 events. So usually, those events only happen because somebody that runs those events really loves StarCraft 2. So they were like willing to like accept a bit of a marketing loss on like running it. But yeah, I mean, IEM is just ESL, you know? Like, IEM is just a series of events that's run by ESL, and ESL obviously can't run the Pro Tour. It's very possible that IEM has, like, IEM Katowice still as just a standalone event. Like, I think the ESL Pro Tour not being a thing does not necessarily stop you from having, like, Katowice as a standalone event, or, like, other IEM stops being a standard event, or, like, DreamHacks, for example. Like, that can still happen. It's just a question of, do they want to put the money in, because, yeah. It obviously becomes more difficult when StarCraft 2 is less of an established game, because then you're not guaranteed to get as good of an event as usual, because you're kind of really rolling the dice on, is StarCraft 2 still established enough to be good, and there's just more of a risk than ever before on doing it right. So it's a shame. Yeah, I mean, it's not really surprising though, right? Like, I mean, it was already kind of a risk for those events to run in the first place. Like I say, we might still get some. There's no reason that wouldn't happen. Does RNG still exist? Is that tournament still a thing? Is like that LAN event still a thing? I don't even know. I've not heard of it in so long, but obviously I mostly follow StarCraft, so. Finally, upgrades, Banelings, Lings, Infestation Pit all continue to come online for a few moments here. Let's have ourselves the Marine Tank Hellions going to come stepping up for a few moments, so they're going to step on forward as ByuN in this game has kind of the same as last game, lost a Hellion, killed an Overlord, and gets a Zergling here now as well, so we'll just see him start to move onto the map. First real poke from him as he gets a fourth command center already starting as well, so he's very happy for this game to go into more bases, a longer game in general. That is the setup which he's typically aiming for right now. See how it goes as we have ourselves again the few Marines, Hellbats. The siege tank just going to be stepping across. Going to get onto the creep spread here and start to nip our way through a couple of these creep tumors from the very get-go. So we begin to get some damage done with that. And obviously it's scary. You're on the edge of creep, but those Banes are about to have Bane speed. That's one of the main things you need to come in and to deal with this at the moment. 2-2 upgrades coming around. The Hive on the way up. The Overlord and the Lings are coming through. And those few Marines and the Medivacs gather up. We just have ourselves the Queen still stepping around. The Liberator is going to siege up. Get towards the Hive here as a couple of drones begin to drop off. And still got the 2-2 upgrades on the way in. The siege tanks and the +1 vehicle weapons coming about as well. And a few Marines will just unload and go after a couple more of those creep tumors. So again, looking for a little bit more damage. A Marine Hellbat force in the center gathers up. The Marines unloading, just going to come pushing forward. The Medivac's eventually going to lift off and get back out of there again, so just going to fall back one more time. And still got the 2-2 upgrades, the Siege Tanks, Medivacs, and Ghost Academy coming through as we speak. Nice corner attack for these Marines. These Lings need to recognize that that's not actually a good trade. They're still trading. Finally, the other Lings showed up, but that's not exactly going to make it any better. Those Marines did win that fight. They finally backed away, Solar realizing it, but losing a lot in the process. A couple Queens going down as, yeah, Solar scrambling a little bit, making a couple of mistakes, and ending up in a couple of weirder and trickier positions because of it. So, a little bit of a rougher time for those couple moments. As you see, ByuN triple CC building in production. So again, he is very ready to just click the command center expand button and just go, 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 and have a bunch of bases, have a bunch of economy ready. And he's very ready to accept the later stages. This is not someone who's just smashing up units and just ready to kind of keep pushing forever. This is someone who's, like I say, accepting that later stage of the game and getting that underway here. And CC's all building up, a couple tanks and ghosts coming through. It's going to be seen Marines and Hellbat's going to be there. The Ling Bane going to come through. We'll load back into the Medivacs now. Let's have ourselves 3-3 upgrades all still coming through. The ghost coming about. Once again, got the Lurk again coming over. Hatchery coming through as well. Extra Lings in production. As that Overlord speed continues to build up as well. Solar just with this straight to Lurk attack this time around. I kind of love how he... The faster Brutals in the last game was definitely something a bit different. Oh, the Blind Cloud should really go on that triple Siege Tank. He hits the Siege Tank to the left. Yeah, there we go. Triple Siege Tank hits now, but I actually feel like we could have hit that one a little bit sooner, because to me that was the priority, and it was very reachable for those Vipers. And you end up backing away. Still obviously big on the rebuild right now as he starts to try and take trades that will advantage him. Knocking down a lot of tanks here is nice in terms of slowing down the future kind of setup from ByuN. Let's see if we can keep it going. The snipe still coming through. Hydra goes down. Another couple creep teamers getting picked off. Two tanks, 3 Marauders, 3 upgrades, all of that in production. CC just going to get across to the upper right side. It's just going to have ourselves the 5th base from ByuN. Hold on to that, and I mean, could be in for a good time here for ByuN, because again, the trades from Solo have already been looking pretty rough. However, he's also about to get to Lurkers, which, as we've said before, is 100% the way in which Solo wins a lot of his ZVTs. He's so good at that Lurker phase of the game, and he is right on the verge of getting there right now. Lings getting blasted away by the siege tank fires. The siege tank's going to be successful on that. That's what you have. Another sense tower going down. The Bio and the Ghost still gathering together here. Fortunately, 5th base not going to be allowed. It's the right idea from Solo. Make it as difficult as possible for the Terran to reach that additional economy that's going to help him to, you know, stay alive in this game. Basically, as Solo, you want to starve the Terran out. You don't want to let the Terran player mine. The less he mines, the easier it is for you to overwhelm with bad, inefficient trades, which is the core of the Zerg game plan in ZVT usually. Like, Solo's set up for Lurkers, but he doesn't build any Lurkers yet, because right now his army is more about running in and fighting and trading than it is about taking the larger fights, and the Terran's just not going to move out. Typically, Lurkers are very good units when the Terran moves into you, or you need to hold a certain position and so on, or choke. Not so much when you're running into the Terran player all of the time. So even though we're starting to see that setup come about, we're not quite going to see it, truly come to life yet. I mean, with the Nidus coming up, a few Lurkers might be nice, because Nidus networks into the main base. You get Lurkers out of those, and those are extremely frustrating to deal with. You know, if the Lurkers can count the production, you need a really good response to it as the Terran. Otherwise, you can fall apart very quickly. The first Overseer is starting to move on through. Going to start threatening Nidus, but it got shut down, just saw on the mini-map. So what this fight in the center here is we try and step forward. Both those Vipers going to survive on low HP. As the Bio continues up, a couple of Banes and Hydras getting chased away. 82 new Zerglings on the way out from Solar at the moment as well, so that's a lot of Lings being brought into play right here. They're all coming through as we speak. Big commitment right now. Huge commitment, really. CC lands, CC lifts. Ling Hydra going to get underneath. The Banes are going to go after that Bioforce as well. Medivac just going to lift up and evacuate. The rest of these Liberators going to settle. We do see the Hydras coming through. Both those Liberators going down. Solo again seems to be doing well enough in my eyes. You know, I look at this resource loss. It's still about a 6k difference. But he is making significant progress, and he continues to deny the 5th. Every time he denies that 5th base, it's a major win. Again, the less the Terran mines, the easier it is for Solo to justify the way in which he's trading, the value at which he's getting out of these fights. Just becomes a lot more manageable of a game situation, more or less, as that progresses on through. Well, Lingbane Hydra going to run up once again. You're going to look to jump onto some of those ghosts. Break through some of the siege tanks as well. Solo dropping quite a lot of supply this time, so a little bit uglier for him there in comparison to previously, but he's again going to get on top of this 5th base that just landed once more. Can he kill it? The ghosts are getting over. Solo says not worth eating the snipes, so he will not get the base kill. That, at least, is a little bit of a bonus for the moment. There's a couple of infestors and a lot of Lings continuing reproduction. He's actually going to go for the base now, and he gets it. It's morphed into planetary. No cancel and lift from ByuN, so it will just fall. And has a good little bit of bank built up here. It's now a 9,000 resource loss difference. Again, you're definitely seeing some of these trades going the way of ByuN. So let's be careful of soon is that ByuN's army is getting larger and larger as some of his economy is maybe not allowed into play. And as that army gets larger and larger, you do have the problem, which is, the problem is going to be that you kind of end up in a situation with a lot of army to deal with as Solar at any point in time, and ByuN is just like Okay, well, my army's just always a little bit bigger, and it can always take, like, better and better trades. And that's going to be the issue, I think, continuing through from Solo, that he needs to really start addressing now. Especially if ByuN starts applying pressure because of this, and gets the 5th base up during this pressure. Like I say, the denial of a 5th base has been a huge part of the success story from Solo, and I feel like that is coming to a little bit of a close at the moment. This Ghost just cloaked, gonna get a few more snipes off and just kills because there's no detection. Detection shows up, the kind of becomes very expensive from ByuN. It's kind of an awkward state of affairs in general. As our Marine tank joins back together. Still at home. How many tanks have we lost in this game? Do you guys want to make a guess? I reckon we must be close to like 20, no? 13, okay. Not quite as many as I thought, but we still have 13 more on the map. That's obviously ByuN really appreciating the defensive kind of line that those tanks are providing, and the ability to kind of make effective trades each and every time. Because they're spread out as well, the Vipers are not just abducting or getting good abducts or blinding clouds off every single time. And there's obviously no Ravagers here either, as we see a few Lurkers from Solar. He really is trying to set up to potentially just keep on pressuring right now. Because obviously a bit more of a teched up portion of this army than what we've seen previously. Planetary Fortress just chilling there. A couple of Marauders going to go off onto the Queen. Lurkers going to hit the rocks. Just going to open this up. We'll see the rest of the Lingbane Force stepping through as we pull back the Marine Stim away. Still got ourselves the Ghosts and the Vikings in production. The Hatchery taking damage. The Lurkers are going to press up the left-hand side. They're going to get straight to the Planetary Fortress. And you do see some Blinding Clouds still dropping down. The rest of these Banes taking damage. Snipes coming through. More of those Ghosts getting ready to snipe away. Tanks and the Ghosts continue to come about, plus 3 vehicle weapons coming through too. Let's see the hatch getting going. Bio pulling back. The Ghost setting up as well. The Viper's still gathering on up. Those Lurkers get position on the left-hand side. The Lings are going to flood in now, as we actually can see the Ghosts are now out of position. They're going to get fully surrounded. Those Ghosts obviously can't snipe if they're taking damage. Oh, that's a great move from Solar as ByuN got baited forward, and he is going to make a major mistake. Suddenly, Solar with a great crushing blow. Solar was fighting for a long time to kind of get set up in this game and to really start kind of knocking ByuN down. And suddenly he gets the Lurkers, and guess what? Solar gets on track and starts to get the job done, as we are going to be seeing him continue to chase down now. As a lot of Lings still remain. The Lurkers here can zone the Ghosts for a little while as well. We're going to try and bust through into the main base where more production units are not exactly going to be able to get there very easily. And that's going to create even more of an issue, as this does have ourselves a Game 3 victory for Solar written all over it, as ByuN going to be down in this best of 5. And Solar, yeah, looking to get himself that advantage back on his side after losing the first game, bringing it all the way back so far. And yeah, this is looking great for him in this Game 3. So looking fantastic. The 2-1 advantage about to be his. Is there a way ByuN fights this back? I mean, even if you do, like, so much of your production's being camped at the moment. You're only going to win this out because a few of the Ghosts are able to come through, but then reinforcements should have their way with you. As the Ling Hydra continues across, the Medivacs will evacuate, but now you actually get a free jump on the Siege tanks because the Ghosts aren't there to protect you on the way over or anything. So that's going to be a factor of, well, yeah, I mean, just maybe these Ghosts get a couple more kills. The reality is Solar is going to have a lot more reproduction coming through from this, and should be able to go again with a lot more powerful of an army much sooner than ByuN is able to. So the game will not quite end here, but it definitely tilts heavily into our Zerg's favor. He definitely gets into a much better spot from this one at the moment. Ling's going to run up. Hydras and Lurk is going to burrow. We do see those Ghosts coming straight on through again. And they are really the only defense that ByuN has. He has to kite them back. He has to try and save them. He's taking shots on them, which makes it difficult to do what you need to do. The Hydras, the Banes, and the Lurkers. Once again, just from Solo, just a bit too much. Final resource loss is going to be about 10k difference. Obviously, some of that will be offset by the efficiency in the last few moments when Solo's been totally outmassing. But yeah, shows you that after a long time of just giving it your best shot and keeping on trying, it's going to turn out to be good enough for Solo here. And he's going to take the, like I say, game 3. The 2-1 lead will be his. Lurkers still firing up. Ling Bane still gathering as well. We have ourselves the Reaper. Coming straight through. Here we go. Lings, Banes chasing on forward. Hydra Lurker to follow. And we are going to have ourselves to push through that. Pretty much ends it, question mark. I mean, the Lurker's going to get to stay camped out over here. PG gets called. That is going to be Sola taking game number 3. As we were kind of alluding to, being about to happen. ByuN, a little bit of too far of a step forward. The thing is, it always feels like such a fine line because the Terran feels like they're defending. It's like, wait, no, that was the mistake that cost you the game. It's also kind of at that point where it's like, could you really keep on surviving on just 5 bases? Like, 5 bases is pretty powerful. 5 bases gets you a long way. But it's always going to be like a little bit of a question in the mind as you just wait for ByuN to come out of the replay, which he's checking for a second. And we'll head into game number 4 here between Sola and ByuN. If there's another moment or two, I can see ByuN in the replay, and then we'll get this hosted up. And loser of this plays Creator in the Decider matchup today, guys. So a reminder that that is going to be coming up afterward as well. It's Amygdala. In case you're wondering what the map is as well, by the way, so get that started. Get under way with this. Drop the lobby link down. Players are ready. We're just missing a caster. On the way in. Perfect. Let's head into this then. Let's do it. Alright, jumping into Amygdala here, guys. Let's get this underway. As we have ourselves game number 4 of this series. ByuN is down 1-2. Sola with match point and a chance to move straight into the round of 8 with a win here available to him. We have got in the top right-hand corner the blue Terran then that will be trailing. It is ByuN. And the bottom left, that red Zerg will be Sola as we kick off into, like I say, game 4 of the best of 5. Get this underway and see what we can do for ourselves. Couple of moments to mention. Once again, we do have on the YouTube stream today, you're watching, the chance for you to very easily go to the live stream, scroll down just a little bit, and join us by hitting the like button. It's super easy and it really does help out a whole bunch. We really appreciate it if you do manage to take the opportunity to help us with that, so please do consider liking the YouTube video. And if you don't already subscribe on the YouTube, consider subscribing as well. It's free, it helps, it's easy. It gives you a chance to come and watch our tournaments more often. We stream and cast StarCraft 2 events every single day with exclusive content. You will see it first here on WardiTV because that's usually our tournaments. So do check that out. Hit that like button, guys. We're at 70 likes right now. We've got a lot of people on the YouTube today, though. The YouTube viewership's been up the last few days, so let's try and make the most of it. Like I said, get those likes and get those subs in. We appreciate your support. How have we actually been doing on the YouTube subs? Let me go do some investigating real quick. I feel like we've been pushing the YouTube subs quite a lot lately. Let's see if it's been effective. Yeah, it has been. We've been getting like a bit of a more steady stream of YouTube subs recently. It's good to see. Good to see. Alrighty, guys. Thank you for a bit of patience here. Let's just get this game going. There's not much going on to talk about, so yap on about some other things. we get our spawning pool coming up, the hatchery still very much so on the way in as well. CC building up, we get this all underway, we get started here for a moment or two. And we wait for our link speed to kick in. I mean, ByuN, obviously, the game he won was when he did mega damage early in the game. Kind of wondering, because he keeps setting up to play the long games here against Solo, but I wonder if it's maybe time for him to take a look at this and say, hey, what if I'm not saying he has to, like, be super aggressive, but, like, what if he just, instead of adding on CCs, he does add on some more barracks. He does go for a bit more of a push and aggression. It's tough because I feel like Solar is such a good player at defending. If I can identify that, if I watch that all the time, ByuN probably feels that when he plays against him, so it's not a given or a guarantee or a way to necessarily guarantee it works, but the current longer games are not going his way. Now that said, we have seen a couple of kind of different games in the late game from Solo. Obviously, the first game that he won, he went to the faster Broodlord setup. Really nice for ley lines because that base in the middle points outwards, so it's an easy point to hit with the Broods. And then obviously playing more Lingbane Hydra on the Whispers of Gold, and then into the later game, eventually switching to Lurkers way later on. So a couple of different ways of doing it as well, which obviously keeps ByuN on edge. It's not like Solo's just repeating the same kind of formula each game. A couple queens coming about, the drones coming through. We have ourselves the Banshee, Hellion, Marine, and Cloaking all coming up. Add a couple of Hellions on even right now. As we get that all settled, the drone comes about. See those couple of Hellions still moving across, still getting set up here. The Banshee and the Cloak continues to come about as well, so we keep a little bit of this on the go. Our lair coming in, the Lings and the Queens building as well. Very reasonable position for the moment. As, yeah, a couple of depots coming about. The lair is producing. A couple of Marines are going to step across, and that Overlord is already going to take a fair bit of damage. We'll be going down in a moment as it just scouts straight through into the main. That's a little bit of a rough guess to see what's going on. Gets to see the Cloak Banshees, right? So, a little bit of an idea. Just lets you be a bit more mentally prepared to deal with those things as they start arriving. The the detection's already going to be there. Just, like I said, being able to know, okay, maybe where I want to put my Queens, for example, changes a little bit if I know it's Banshees compared to if it was a Liberator. That's the kind of info you can put to use right now as Solo from the Overlord commitment like that. I can step forward and we get the drone. I wanted to become a hatchery, so at least ByuN is able to put a bit of pressure on here and deny this position for the moment. And just coming around the upper left-hand side. And Stimpack, 1-1 upgrades continuing through, Marines and a siege tank coming up, a couple of extra barracks going to be a part of this as well. Going to shoot 3 drones going down currently. Bad. First little bits of damage going on, as you're going to see Solo taking an effort to move towards his gold base here, so open up the rocks, make that a more accessible position as well. As those Banshees continue to go through for a couple of extra drones. And again, getting some value there. 7 workers going down is nice. I mean, ByuN's not really had a game since that first game where he got a decent amount of damage done. Obviously, the first game was more than just a decent amount of damage. It was a very good amount of damage. It's starting to go a little bit better this time for him already, so... And those Lings wrap around, we get the kill there. And we see how Marines and Hellions are going to show up to hit the rocks. So let's keep coming through. A couple crew teamers coming around there as we just have ourselves the push from ByuN establishing. Get a little bit of creep in front of your base, which is what you want to see. Obviously, you want to be in a position right now where you are constantly able to kind of pressure the Zerg, and obviously the creep spread keeps you away from doing that as easily. Couple Halberds coming through. Creep team is going down. Hello, those melee upgrades coming into play as we speak. Just going to be seeing the infestation pit coming through. The 2-2 coming about. Groove spines on the way as well. Marines coming about. Going to lift back up as well. It's just going to peel back. And again, more Marines on the upper left-hand side. Bit of a push from ByuN down to the bottom. Tank is going to be there firing. We can see a few Marines taking some shots. The Halberd's taking some damage. We've got a Banshee that's doing a bit of damage as well, putting some work in there in the background. But this is a pretty good jump from Solo. No, that feels pretty good for him. Pushes a lot of this back. Fighting on the Watchtower is a bit more expensive. But then he is going to clean up everything. Oh, drop on the left-hand side, though, is going to catch him a little bit out of position. Ooh, a bit of a messy game, isn't it? Bit all over the place. This hatchery is going to go down. It's going to lose the 5th base location at the end of the world, but ByuN is already building in position on the 4th and the gold, so it would be nice to have that hatchery up and ready to really just, you know, take on the drones as necessary. That's going to be a little bit tougher. Lurker Den and Hive both on the way from Solar, so again, getting to that real point of strength. What can ByuN do before that Lurker Den is truly in play? I think that is the most important question to us right now. Can he make a significant difference? So Marines going to lift back up, evacuating away once more. Couple of Banshees actually still useful. You can get rid of some Banelings here, right? Every Bane you get rid of is a unit you really need. He actually got rid of some Hydras as well, which is also very nice for him, so that also works in his favor. Viper, Banes, Hydras coming through. The 2-2 upgrades coming about. Our Marine's going to be there, so the Ling Bane Hydra does step forward. Just lifting up, and ByuN obviously wanting to keep these trades going, trying to take as many favorable trades as possible in the near future right now. The more of those he gets, the happier he's going to be. Just make it a little bit easier for him overall in terms of surviving through this, and like I say, get into that next stage of the game. Especially as Solo hits the Lurkers, because, like I say, Solo and Lurkers is a different beast, so any advantage you have, make it even more and more difficult for Solo to get back into this. The better off you're going to be as a couple of Banes continue through. It's going to be seen on Bio still sat there. You do kite backwards, let the Lings chase you. We're genuinely so close to Lurkers, though. I just don't think Solo's in any real trouble at all. And like I say, once Lurkers take to the stage, Solo is going to make them put on quite the performance. And he's already kind of starting to push ByuN back a lot more comfortably. ByuN going to do the same thing as before in terms of just adding a bunch of bases at once. Once they get the CC set up, happier to play. The longer game here, seemingly, is what he's telling us from his production tab. I mean, that's all well and good, but that's just not gone well for him in the previous 2 maps, so it's a question of whether he can really do something differently now that he's not been able to do prior. And Bane's going to step forward. We will just have our Bio stepping out of there. As the zombie's still coming through, going to jump on the Queen. I'm going to be able to get that for a couple of moments as well. I mean, nice little push forward from ByuN is we're at a point here where it's still Ling Bane Hydra. We kind of need a couple of Lurkers to show up. Those Banelings all go down. He was stood right next to them, but none of them finished in time. Nice network starts from Solo as he obviously loses out there. ByuN swings around into the middle. He was thinking about hitting the gold base, but Solo says, no, I'm kind of ready for that one. And he's a little bit overstimmed at the moment. Pulling back, Parasitic Bomb goes down onto the Medivacs, force them to split backwards. Solar getting a decent chase. At least ByuN got back to that tank. That tank actually got to fire quite a lot of shots into this army, and with those few shots, definitely offset this a little bit. A couple Liberator set up as well already. And again, Solar for the moment still seemingly pretty comfortable on Lingbane Hydra, yet to really go into that kind of lurker phase of the game. But there it is, the first lurker's coming up, and that's going to help you definitely defend a lot of these positions a lot more easily. We'll see if it helps him kind of push around the map a lot more easily as well. We'll see what he wants to try and keep on doing. Lurker's going to shoot, a couple SCVs going down. More SCVs going down here again as we head right onto that gold mineral line. Not exactly ideal in the slightest just yet. He's going to run up top, and it's going to be Hydra Bane to again give chase. The Viper going to come in tow and also see what it can do. Parasitic Bomb going down. A couple of Medivacs going to get struck. We're going to end up working our way straight into the middle here, and well, this base is in trouble. All those SCVs are going to die unless we can SCV or Medivac evacuate the SCVs. ByuN is counterattacking to the bottom side of the map, but he's attacking into... Oh, sorry. For some reason, I thought the lurkers were there. What am I thinking? What? I think the lurkers were there. I think I just saw the mini-map and saw some units and assumed they were the lurkers, but they were not! And hence, yeah, this position was actually going okay, but now the lurkers are in fact there, so now you push this back, and obviously you lost a base as ByuN. Lost a lot of SCVs, and did he really gain as much in comparison? Not really. Hydra is trying to catch the Medivacs. A couple of ghosts will get out of this one at the very least, so we do manage to evacuate from this, which is a positive considering the rest of this went for ByuN over the last few moments. Definitely a big win for Solar. A big step towards slowing ByuN down a lot in this game and making his life a whole lot more difficult in Game 4 of this best of 5. Hydra's getting sniped, a few Lynx still getting chased. We still got the +2 missiles, the +3 melee coming about, 3/3 upgrades coming through on the side of ByuN. That's going to be seen again, +2 missiles coming about. The Hydra's going through. Nice abduct on the Liberator. Snipes coming through. The Lurker's taking shots. The Link Hydra going to step forward again. The Ghost getting jumped on. The Banes wanting to maybe make their way through that mineral line. It's a tight choke point still, though, so you don't want to rush too heavily into it, as the Liberator tank defense is going to be good enough right there. 3 more Infestors coming up. A lot of Ling Bane coming out. Obviously, like the Infestors, a little bit of spellcasting never goes amiss in the TVZ. Just finding a snipe here and a snipe there as well. Another Hydra going down. The SCV is going to come back across again. I like the burrow as well from Solar. He's controlling the map already. Get some burrowed Banes around, could be very frustrating. But even, maybe not the Banes, even just Zerglings. If these Zerglings like harass and then they're getting found, you just burrow them, and ByuN, last thing he wants to be doing is spending scans on burrowed Lings that he was just about to kill anyway. So burrow can actually find a lot of value over time. There's multiple different ways to utilize it. And of course he's got Infestors as well, right? So you've got the Infestors 2 coming online that you can also burrow about and also utilize those. And Solar goes into a few more Lurkers, and again, what's been so interesting in this series is the multiple different ways in which Solar has approached a lot of these games. Like, you know, he's been doing slightly different compositions each time. It's never really been the same thing twice. And that definitely has kept me interested in kind of what he's going to be doing next. It keeps ByuN kind of guessing as well. Like, if ByuN makes a couple adjustments on the last game, but then Solar's doing things differently, those adjustments don't necessarily hit as nicely as ByuN might want them to. And Solar, I think, has played a fantastic series. And if he wins this one, I think it's extremely well-deserved, because it's been a beautiful set of ZVT games. He clearly understands how ByuN is playing, he clearly understands how ByuN is doing things, and he's very good at abusing and taking advantage of it. So, yeah, Solar has truly been the stronger player in this set of games, and It's very close to closing out this best of 5 with a 3-1 victory, knocking ByuN down to that decider matchup against Creator. And Solo guaranteeing us at least, hey, one's guaranteed in the playoffs, which obviously is great. And Solo, again, has been playing fantastic lately. And of course, great opportunity coming out of this group, because coming out of this group, it means you will, unless one of Max Paxiclem or Hero finish in second place of their group, you probably get to dodge those guys in the first round. So, you know, getting first seed basically gives you a better chance of having a better opponent in that playoff bracket. So, yeah, great performance from Solo. Not quite done yet, but it's definitely leaning his way. As ByuN, this is quite the defense. We'll see if Solo attacking in is a mistake or not. I think that's still it's still something of a question up in the air, to be fair. But you're going to see that's not going to be really too engageable, too choked up of an area, it seems. ByuN Blue Flame Hellbats used in this phase of the game. People used to introduce the Blue Flame Hellbats when they one-shot lanes, but two-shotting them is very ineffective for supply, it seems. And you don't have upgrades for a long time as well, right? And it's basically, you're basically saying, let's get more Hellbats instead of Marines. And usually, I think, nowadays, people just feel like the Marines are better. The Marines just achieve more. The Hellbats also have a lack of mobility, which obviously is not being a big case in this game, because ByuN's just been on the defensive. But if you do want to get aggressive, the Hellbats struggle to kind of get across the map as quickly and as easily as well. They don't fit as many Hellbats take up a lot of medevac space. Blue Flame Hellbats are very good when you're fighting like mass Broodlord Ling armies and the Lings are just flooding forward again and again. Hydra's also very good at like kiting away at the Hellbats as well, so yeah. Like I said, and they used to be used a lot more, but nowadays it's they just don't really fit in as much. And Solo has every base on the map apart from the 5 that ByuN has. He's taken the 12 o'clock, which is really a sign of dominant positioning here. As the Ling Bane continues through, the Planetary Force is going to start a fire. Double Ghost going to go stepping back. Planetary goes down, Siege Tank falls, the Bane's going to keep crashing in towards the Marines and the Ghosts. It's going to be seen our Lings all continue to produce at the moment as we have our +3 missiles continuing to come online for the moment. That will give Solo a little bit more power on his Hydras, I guess. And Lurkers. Is he having Lurkers left? He's got one. Obviously just poking forward there a couple of moments, trying to get a little bit of something going. Ghost coming across, the SCV's coming through. Again, the +3 missiles coming about. The Nidus network on the way about as well. I'm just going to see us DC lifting off and relocating a little bit, so it's going to back away for the moment as well. Yeah, ByuN's going to find this base and just be like, well, no, I kind of need that base, so has to immediately try and get rid of that. Well, we do storm through this position, so it looks as though this time we might actually be able to succeed in kind of breaking this down and pushing through. Still actually defends this 12 o'clock base, so again, maintain a pretty darn good spot right now. As the Liberator sieges, the Bio and the Ghost gather up. A couple tanks, a couple Ghosts still coming through. Spore Crawler taking a few more shots as well. And +3 missiles on its way as the Zerglings are all added on. The Liberators and the tanks are coming up. ByuN is, like I say, not going to give this one up easily. He's going to fight until the bitter end. Extra Lings coming through, the +3 missiles coming over. Crypt Teamers and Banelings and Overseers coming around. Let's have our Marauder. I'm going to hit the lava for a couple of seconds. Viper will be there. The Ling Bane going to come cruising through. Just going to be seeing the surge forward with this Ling Bane Hydra Force. Getting straight up here right now. Tank going down. The Bane's going to try and close the distance. As you have Solar. I mean, Solar's just got so much money. 6k, 3k. Has more supply coming out of this. The Ghosts are dying. They're never going to be cheap to replace. ByuN's supply really does reflect, I think, how this game's been going for a while. That Solo was eventually going to collapse on this. I mean, ByuN's base are truly mining out. At 12 o'clock's the only position it seems he could realistically take anytime soon, and even that seems like a stretch. He's going to try and move up towards it. Does catch that Infestus, trying to move through. A nice scan. I think Solo would not be terribly kind of set to maybe go before those units sieged. After those units siege, may just be better for him to go around the other side and just, you know, come in from the bottom, hit the base over on the right, or hit the base in the center. He's going to go for it anyway, so in we go. It's just a flood of units, as Solo says, I've got so much more, it doesn't matter. The Lings will close the gap. There's no buffer anymore, right? There's no kind of real buffer of units is what it comes down to. It is just Lings getting straight to the siege tanks. The Hydras get straight to the Liberators, and there's nothing to really get in the way of those units from doing those things. GG's, and like I already said, Solo really did. He really played a better series. He was just better in the ZVT. Like, he made ByuN look as though he really had no good chance to make anything happen in those moments. GG's, well played. Can't really say much else to that than just well played, because it was very well done by Solo. That sets us off into ByuN versus Creator. So we're going to get that ByuN Creator series ready to go. Get this set up in a couple of moments, guys. I'm going to nip to the bathroom quickly, I think, so we'll be right back as we'll get into this TVP best of 5 in a few moments. I'll get that set up for you all, and like I said, I'll be back in just a couple for this. Just want to try and get that video started already. We'll go from there. Alright, guys, BRB. I'll see you guys in a moment. Videos are coming through for ByuN versus Creator best of 5, guys. We'll get that up and rolling in just a few moments. And this best of 5 will be on the way in just a couple. Get this set. Kick off into our action. You're watching the WardiTV. Round of 16 of the Spring Championship. This is Group A. And again, we've already sent Solo through to the top 8 and the playoffs, so congrats to him. Again, you win here today, and you're guaranteed at least $75 more because of the prize money difference between 8th place and 9th place. And obviously, a chance to play for so much more in that playoff bracket as well. Will ByuN or Creator be joining us in that double elim bracket next weekend as well? So, going to be upon us soon. Going to be a lot of fun as we get a couple of videos coming about, and we should be good to go. in a second as Whispers of Gold gets picked for map number 1. Alright guys, 1 second. Alright, the map pulled down, stuff's getting in the way. Perfect. So it's going to be Whispers of Gold, Ley Lines, Ultralove, Amygdala, and El Dorado for this best of 5. Got 6 casters in here. Should be good to go soon. Awesome. £28,000. Yeah, Montine's a legend. Came in, supported, and said put this towards some tournaments. So we will be doing that. Montine literally coming out and helping us to continue making StarCraft content in a big way. Thank you so much, Montine, once again. That was a crazy donation. Crazy donation. Ready. Let's create it. I'll just double check if ByuN is ready here. No response. He said ready before. Cool. Alright, let's jump into game number 1 of this final best of 5 today, guys. Spring Championship, round of 16, Group A. Is going to be entering the final matchup. Again, we eliminate 2 players from this group. Mana already fell. And I put up a good showing. I actually enjoyed Mana's games. I think he put up a good fight, so it was fun. Now we'll get into this final matchup. Solo's obviously already advanced from the group as he just knocked out ByuN. As we will get, like I say, underway here in just a second. Let's kick this off on Whispers of Gold. So a little bit of a rematch. ByuN did win this series earlier. First game, he came in and did a lot of damage and got ahead. Second game, he kind of got shut down heavily and created a counterattack for the win. And the third game was a bit of a macro game where I just never felt like Creator's Army was all that scary, funnily enough. Like, it just felt like Creator's Army was never really able to do enough or maybe make too much happen there, so that was unfortunate. As we get into this best of 5, so in the top left-hand side, obviously just said their name is talking about what happened in their earlier series. But in the top left, our blue Protoss player here is Creator, as he takes on in the bottom right our red Terran player, ByuN. Again, game 1 of the series, best of 5 style. Let's get this underway, and let's hope for a great one. Like I say, their first match earlier was pretty fun because it was a selection of different kind of games between the two. Hoping for similar in this best of 5. I think we could have a good time if that's the case. As we'll see what the two get up to. Again, Whispers of Gold to start us off. One of the maps which I will say is a little bit more aggressively postured in the map pool, so we'll see if that maybe leads us to anything aggressive happening. It might do, it might not. Like I say, we shall see very shortly. Currently just having ourselves the gateway and the barracks building up, so nothing too crazy in the first few moments. We get that underway, and again, things definitely looking pretty regular for a few moments here. We get the cyber core coming up as well. Just having those couple of SCVs poking about, and we'll be hitting the probe for a little bit of damage here and there, so a few shots coming around early on. And the Cybernetics core just coming up as well, so a little bit of setting up, a little bit of getting ready in these early stages. And the Twilight Council will come on through. The Nexus coming up as well. Well, just going to be seeing the Adept shading up, a couple of Marines coming around. The Adept going to be moving back. Obviously, getting into the main's nice for some info. Gets to see no add-on, for example, so you know straight away it's at least a Hellion or a Widowmine building. And we chase out. Blink still coming through. Gets settled in for a few moments. Gates coming down, that Blink still continues up, so we just get that on the go here. As again, the couple of gateways continue about, the Robo Facility coming online. We just have ourselves the Warp Gate coming through as well. So Warp Gate coming up, Medevac and the Marines on the way out. The Raven on the way from ByuN, so we'll get some harassment going with that. Has the Marine drop here as he looks to try and find something with this as well. And Siege Tank going to be coming about. We'll just be having the couple of Marines coming through. Again, Templar Archives coming around, Prism coming through. The Adept and the Stalker are going to step forward there already and get straight towards those couple of units. The Prism moves up to the top as well. It's just going to get straight on over. Get that on the go. Engineering Bay, Barracks, building up from ByuN. We have the Refinery coming through. We have the Reactor on. Temple Archives will finish very shortly from Creator as well, so we'll get that added on in extra. And a couple extra gates also coming into play, so again, a little bit of all of that coming through for the moment. The Prism coming over. As we just have the Stalkers unloading. So Creator can put some pressure on. Obviously has that Blink, but just going to be going for this. Gets a couple of, well, a Marine and SCV has to lift pretty quickly because the tank is well placed from ByuN to cover the left-hand, the right-hand side of this main base. So it's going to be a pretty cozy defense for the most part. Not really too many problems out of that one. I can say good defense so far. As we just have ourselves Psystorm coming up, a few extra gateways continuing into play as well. We have the Nexus coming through as Creator gets the third base online. Comes back in with the Stalker's going to get a depot here, it would seem. I like that. Blinks to the side, gets a little further away, just making sure he doesn't take any damage he doesn't need to be taking at the moment. Nicely handled. The Marines in the tank just unloading once more, and again, Storm is on the way up. We got ourselves the charge coming through too. Immortal Sentry coming online. Extra gateways producing. Continue to bring that into play currently as the prison gets into the natural expansion. Stalkers will get there. It's going to be a little bit of a kill on a depot, building turret, I think it was actually. As Prism backs up, and we'll just see the few Marines still on the map from ByuN. Stim finished, so very dangerous if he finds just a selection of probes undefended. He will start to shred those. I'm just thinking about our third base. Looks undefended right now as Storm is here from Creator, but you still have to get the correct fights on with that Storm to make an impact. As, yep, here we go. Selection of probes, easy pickings. He's actually going to turn onto the Stalkers. That works as well. You get a few Stalker kills there. That's going to be effective. That can also work out in your favor, so 5 probes, Stalker. Not a bad one at all from ByuN, who is going to be, again, pretty comfortable with the damage he's been able to get done at this point so far. So I think ByuN will be happy with that. We still see the Combat Shield, Concussive Shells, and the +1 all coming up on the side here from Creator, from ByuN as well. So more upgrades coming through. that Ghost Academy is still on its way, so ByuN is going to get more tech out, and obviously knowing it's High Templars as well, having seen a scout of that and confirmations, he knows to prep himself in an adequate manner to make sure that it's going to be, you know, the ghosts are going to be there so he can deal with the High Templars, basically, right? He will have an answer to the storm, and that is the important part of this that you need to have going for yourself. Alan still finishing. The couple of Vikings continue through. Stalker step forward, and the Orbital Command will still be there as well. Just floating around, going to get towards the front of the third base, get that in position. A little bit of bio will fight. Those few Zelds are going to charge forward. The rest of the bio are going to come across. As we do have tank going to hold out right there, and the few Zelds are going to go down as well. So a few more shots coming over. Has a big push. ByuN unsieges and pulls his tanks back. Eats a storm on the bio units though, and Creator's army right now is absolutely swinging. Does he have a way to get rid of those siege tanks? Can the Immortals reach them? Tanks continue to be a good part of the defense. Obviously, ByuN is stuck in the main, so all the SCVs on the natural are not exactly well set. As Creator looking great here. SCV's taking another big storm. Archon's putting some damage in. ByuN across the map has killed the main Nexus, so this is obviously a commitment from Creator that needs to win the game. Right now it's doing that, because he's going to be on top of this production, whereas obviously ByuN, he can shut down production. He doesn't necessarily camp it out. That's not really the way that Pro's production works in a lot of the time. So that's where he currently sits. As ByuN will get more damage done himself. It's actually very equal army supplies. You start to load up orbitals from ByuN. Important that Creator tries to track those. Ideally, you don't let those float in the corner. Floating buildings will only be a problem for you in the long run as Creator. Do we have any probes run away? Is that a selection of probes there? Yes. Does he have the money for a Nexus? He will in a second. I think that's important too. As never mind. ByuN's just going to say GG, so he's just going to tap out. He lost a bit of army there. Apologies. What did he lose his army to? Let's just take a quick peek. Go double check, just because I was kind of looking at the probes and stuff. Because he had an okay army. I missed it again. Did we just recall on the base? Why did ByuN lose so much army supply? Oh, just here. He just walked into these Zelts and Stalkers. It wasn't even that much. Oh, and it was just a disaster. Oh. I was looking for something that was so much more. There's just a few Zelts and Stalkers that did actually very well there. As Creator takes the opening game, and we're going to go to ley lines here for map 2. Oh. Oops. Get this started up, guys. This underway in a sec. I wanted to put ByuN in the player slot, but we got that. Players are ready. I'll dive straight into game number 2, guys, so no delays. These guys are going to keep us moving on through this final match of the day. Play lines will be coming through. Alright, so ByuN down in games. This time Creator takes the lead in the series. Again, Creator lost out to ByuN 1-2 early, so clearly capable of taking games. And right now they seem to continue to just go back and forth, so Creator will get the edge here. Kick off into this game number 2 in the top right-hand side, taking the 1-0 lead of the best of 5. We've got the blue Prowlers player Creator. Taking on in the bottom left, our red Terran. We have ourselves ByuN. Refinery goes down. Again, the racks in the gate coming up. A couple of gases coming through. And get settled in here for the first few moments. The gateway building, the refinery is all coming online. Just get ourselves settled early on. And a couple gates in the probe coming about. The racks and the SCV coming through as well. Cybercore will be continuing up right now also. Let's continue to bring this over and into play. Give me just 1 sec, guys. I'll be right back with you. Alrighty, guys. Depths coming through, chrono boosting about. As we settle in for a few moments. And again, a couple of Reapers in the Helling coming through early on. CC coming about and getting underway. So we get that up and running. Couple Reapers gonna hit, the probe gonna take some damage. Just gonna see ourselves the grenade going down as well. Couple of Stalkers gonna go pinging their way right through the front here. So again, a little bit of damage being done. Going to be good pressure from Creator coming in off of that second gateway that he's gotten build up here. So again, getting some work done already. SCV's pulling around from ByuN to try and deal with this, and ByuN, as he loses that depot, is obviously not going to be walled anymore, so he does actually take a second to stop and repair said depot. Loses the Stalker here. Creator coming up this high ground without high ground vision initially. Take a lot of damage in that moment. The Adept will go down too, so you lose high ground vision again, and that's a defense from ByuN now because the Cyclone's out. He's going to get the Stalker as well. Creator dove through to get every Marine he possibly could, but I just think that was maybe a little bit too much of a commitment at the end there. Not exactly ideal, and that will be the end of that. As the Stargate continues to come on through. And Stargate building, we get that up and running. Going to see our starport coming up right now as our CC gets settled. And Siege Tank Marines continue to come about. So you get rid of that gateway now, stop that from sticking about. Again, Phoenix coming through, the Warp Gate coming online, we get the gateway and the battery coming up as well. We continue to get this all underway. Yeah, Marines and Siege Tank setting up in the front, the Cyclone coming through, Viking and a couple of Marines still building up on the side of ByuN. As you have the Phoenix will continue to add on in as well. There's going to be one more Phoenix coming online. The Warp Gate and Gateways continue to produce. The Medevac just steps forward again. Marines with that tank. And you've got to remember when it's not been the best of openings from Creator, because he did okay on the attack, but he really lost a lot as well. It's going to become brutal. The Cyclone gets dropped as the Phoenix gets killed. The battery's already out of energy. And it's going to go down, so it's not worth an overcharge or anything. I think it's fair to say that this one is pretty much done and dusted. Because I don't know if Creator can ever break out of these two siege tanks. These tanks just pack such a punch right now. We're going to stop pulling some probes in. We lift up the Cyclone again. Now we can lift up a siege tank, but it's going to drop back down. It's just not going anywhere at all. GG's, and ByuN ties up this game with a defense against the proxied gateway. And that is going to be obviously a big factor there to get us through to victory. GG's. Alright guys, let's head into Ultra Love then for our next game. As we get tied up now. All caught up together. Players are here. We look good. Let's jump into this next game. Alright guys, thank you for a little bit of patience. Just sorting out the maps. It's been a bit funky getting them loaded. As we go. And we kick off into Ultra Love. So, we'll get this underway. Ultra Love coming up as we get into our next game of the series. In the top right-hand side, our blue Protoss player, who has just lost his lead in the matchup. It's now all level. It is Creator. Taking on the red Terran in the bottom left, we have ByuN. Cracks going down, gate coming up, and we got settled through here for a moment as, again, game 3 of this best of 5 gets underway and gets started. Couple of refineries coming online, so bring that through as the gate and the assembly come up. The racks and the refinery coming up still as well. Going to be seeing the probe nibbling at the SCV. As the other SCV comes over, nibbles at that probe as well. Just going to be getting a couple of shots off there. As again, Reaper in the orbital coming up. The Cybercore starting. No proxy gate this time from Creator here in game number 3. Going to stay away from the aggression. Go for a bit more of a regular setup, it would seem, for now. And Cybercore building next is coming through. We have ourselves the factory building on the side of ByuN as well. So that factory coming up, the reactor coming online. Next is building on the naturals. Our Stalker just going to chrono boost along. And yeah, Reaper going to hop forward. And Cybercore is still very much so on the way. And the Stalker steps across. Going over to the other side for a moment here. And we have that Stalker now hitting our Reaper. So a little bit more damage being done. Reaper getting poked around, getting pushed over here and there for a few moments. And Rebel facility building up. A couple extra probes coming online as well. So, and we get a lot of that on the way through for the moment. Cyclone the Marines will be building as well from ByuN, so we continue to get that up as the command center and SCV come through from ByuN as well. So take a few moments here in game 3 of this best of 5. Last matchup of the day for us, guys. Again, we'll be back with more Spring Championship action of the round of 16 on Friday and Saturday. And tomorrow will be the Rex March Madness Group D as well, or the April Madness Group D. March Madness was last month, so that'll be happening too on the on tomorrow's stream. So we'll be here the next few days still giving you guys content over the Easter weekend. And don't forget to follow, like, and subscribe. Catch us again in the future. Catch more StarCraft 2 coming from WardiTV. By the counts and the gateways keep building, the cloaking coming up with the Banshee. Coming up, tank on the way. Just gonna have ourselves the Banshee coming through as well as we got ourselves settled here. Gonna be seeing the hallucination taking some damage as well. And Prism charge continuing up. The next coming through. We add on a couple of pylons as well. So again, a little bit of a plan coming through across the board here currently. Let's just see our Marines in the tank stepping about. Charge being the first tech upgrade from Kratos. That's obviously him saying, hey, you know what, off this robo, get charge. Immortal charge can be pretty powerful, but I think the main thing as well is that he's just making sure he's not going to be kind of dying, because if an attack comes now, he'll have charge with an immortal behind charge lots. He should be pretty safe against most things ByuN can bring his way, until he's had time to get that Robo Bay properly up and functioning, and that Colossus tech truly starting to come online in a major way as well. So we're kind of at there as the tank comes, Mortal comes over and is going to get this tank, as ByuN is just moving across the map, and the reinforcing tank essentially just goes down. Great catch from Creator. That's a good bit of value found. And that's definitely going to weaken any sort of push of ByuN. And considering we already said that Creator's doing a nice thing against a push, I don't think ByuN has really much potential going across the map at all anymore. So ByuN seems to agree. He's going to pull back to the Stimpack Combat Shield and +1 upgrades. And probably until those upgrades kick into play, he ain't going to be doing much more of anything else, I don't think. So yeah, it seems like ByuN is pretty okay about that. Seems to be pretty comfortable in this position. And definitely understanding that losing a tank was not going to be ideal for him pushing across the map and trying to get set up there at any point. Still got Stimpack Combat Shield and +1 coming through, and the Marine Marauder Medevac all coming about. Gateways are building from Creator. Our army continues to step forward. Results and the Immortal coming around. Still got ourselves the upgrades all coming up. We get that Blink coming in from Creator as well. More gates coming around. Let's see if ByuN's upgrades finish. We'll see if he does feel like moving out or not. You look over here and it doesn't feel like there's a lot of Protoss, but again, the Zealots warp in so quickly. The first Colossus will be there before we actually get to do anything here as ByuN as well. Definitely also a factor. There's the, again, a couple Marauders coming about. Medevac still added on, +1 gonna finish, so you can see the unit's already in that main base, very ready to defend a drop, and that's one thing that ByuN was thinking of, so that gets denied before it even gets underway. Marines is gonna get here, Pylon will be denied, Creator gets supply blocked. Then Marines will gather up. Colossus is going to shoot. We load up into the Medevac, so we pull away with that. ByuN unable to find any success on his aggression just yet, so no success so far, no joy found in these early moments. Medevac's pull back over, get ready to unload on the front. Again, +2 extended thermal lands all in the way. Being added on here as well, as our Conquest of Shells will be about to finish. The Vikings and the Widow Mines continuing production also. It's an armory, it's an engineering bay. Also being added on for the moment here, so just bringing all of that up and running at this point in time. So let's get going as well. Just going to get those straight into play as the army commits. Armory will be finishing soon. We get ourselves a couple of the refineries still coming up as well. So we'll get there. The Marine goes down. The other couple of Marines coming over also. Viking's going to be here to try and fight these Colossus. It's great, just going to send it up this ramp. Fire's going to get a pretty decent surge towards those tech units, though. The Colossus count going down. If we run out of Colossus and splash damage, then the Bioforce is just going to overwhelm the final moments of this fight. So that's going to become a big issue very quickly if you're not careful, basically. 20 SCVs going down, though, and that might just be enough for Kratos to have justified this anyway. So it's starting to look a little bit better for him here. As a few more Zealots join the fray. Like I said, 27 SCVs going down. Still a lot of Zealots on that third base as well, so it looks good for Creator to take game 3. And he will come through. And ByuN will just not be able to do anything on this one. And we have got Creator going to be on match point. Alright, we are going to have ourselves Creator looking to try and take position and move into the quarterfinals of the WardiTV Spring Championship. We're going to go to Amygdala here for map 4. I'm just going to check the replay for a second, figure out what went wrong, figure out maybe what Kratos saw to tip him off to the move or stuff like that. Just trying to pick up on that little bit of info here and there. And then we'll be able to host up Amygdala, so we'll get that started, guys. Get this ready to rumble. Thank you again for joining us. Appreciate you all being here. Who am I missing? Go drop one final invite down. And our players are ready, so we can go directly into Game 4, everybody. This is it. Creator with a chance to move into the round of 8, joining Solar out of this Group A. Or will it be all about ByuN bringing it back and getting a couple games here to surprise and shock after what has not been a pretty setup up until this point? Let's find out on Amygdala as we go straight into this. Away we go. If ByuN wins the next game, does he move on? No, because he's down a game. The winner of this series advances. It's 2-1 currently in favor of Creator. As he is in the bottom left-hand side as well. Here's our player who's in the lead. Creator, our blue Protoss in the bottom left corner. Taking on in the top right, the red Terran. It is ByuN. Can he get himself a victory here? Tie this up 2-2 and to take us to a game 5. You know, as the tournament organizer, I'd Radiant say would accept a game 5. Seems good to me, you know. Seems alright. You know, if we have to cast an extra game of StarCraft for our tournament to be even that much more awesome, well, we'll do it, you know. I'll take this one for the team. We'll go scout for nearby proxies, it seems. Just double checking that nothing too out of the ordinary is going to be going down from the Terran player. Wants to try and just check, you know, he's got a game advantage. Can we just make sure we don't lose that to something silly? Try and get this into a more normal game. Creator has been definitely playing a little bit better in the more normal games the last couple of maps, so let's say let's go for that. Let's roll with it. That was that game earlier today, which was not super pretty for Creator when he played more normal, but in general, I feel like Creator's been kind of fine in the longer games too, so would not really, I actually feel like there's not really much need for Creator to mix up too much. His general game plan mid to late game seems fine. Obviously, mixing up the openers can always be fun, can always keep the Terran on edge, can always give you just a bit of a natural advantage because you're not doing the same thing twice. There's generally, you know, good reasons to play like that, so actually building the CC and refinery both on the way. Let's just have our Nexus producing. The assembly coming around. The Adept, Wargate, and Probe continue to come up as well. So just a little bit of everything getting established here early. He enjoyed Zan's PvT yesterday. Zan's PvT games yesterday were wild. That man really had to work for some for some series victories, didn't he? Nothing was given easily on that one at all. Not in the slightest. CC about to finish the starport building. Helene and a couple of Marines still coming up as well from ByuN right now. Our Twilight Council building from Creator. Hallucination's just going to start shading out across the maps. Just going to go on a bit of a journey over for the moment. And they're back producing, so we're going to get that out here from ByuN in the next couple of moments. We'll get that going. And Blink and the Warp Gate both coming through. We just have ourselves the Adept. Gonna go chase after the Hellion. And Gateway, Blink continue to come about. A couple of probes coming in. The SDVs and Marines. We'll have obviously the expected drop of ByuN moving across and see if you can find any successful pressure or just aggression with that in general, right? As the couple of probes going to take some damage, so a few shots coming about. And we'll see that going down. So nice little shutdown there. Hellion gets picked off, and the medevac still working its way over to the left-hand side of the map. Moving into position as we speak. Blink about halfway done from Creator as well, so continues through as a few Marines will unload. A couple of probes take some damage. Probes continue to take some hits, as we will see the Widow Mine connecting for just a couple more workers as well. So 4 probes. Raven now on the map. That's going to be an additional way to try and find some worker damage here as the starport shifts off the tech lab. Going to come moving across itself. And the Nexus continue to come down onto the 3rd base, so we just get that going. We just see the couple stores going to get there. The auto turret will go down. We will get ourselves another probe kill, though, so another nice grab just for a moment or two. Let's settle. Further into this again, +1. And Stim coming about. Got Marines and Marauders on the way by as well. And those couple Stalkers in the charge all coming about. Gateway in the probe coming up as well. A couple more pylons added on. Still waiting for that Stim combat shield. +1 all to finish as ByuN moves around the top side and is looking to get out, but Kratos already got a counterattack coming up the right side, so yeah, he's going to get a few Stalkers in the natural. Opportunity to get some SCVs with these, and that's obviously a big opportunity. Very reasonable as a few SCVs begin to go down. Marauder will take a few shots of damage as well, so yep, ByuN, what are we doing? The rest of his army's not moving at all right now, so he's not taking position, he's not really improving his own setup. And Kratos expecting ByuN to show up because nothing's come back home. And eventually he recalls because he's just like, he's so convinced that ByuN is just on the way to his base. The reality is that's not the case, as ByuN just takes damage there, and more damage than he really should have allowed to happen realistically. Still got Stim combat and +1 all coming about. Got a turret coming over. Sergeant +1 coming through. The Prism coming about. Gateways coming online. These few Stalkers gonna be just blinking back straight away. The tank's pre-sieged out in an aggressive place. Trying to catch units coming forward is obviously big. And so, good realization from Fred. And good pullback nice and quickly as he's starting to blink back. And some Marines as he goes. Good job of microing so far, like what Korea has been able to do for himself so far in this one. Anti-armor missile going to hit everything. Oh no, you don't really want to fight with anti-armor missiles. It's like a major armor upgrade deficit now as that's going to give ByuN a huge opportunity. He moves forward, good prison play, lifts up the Immortal that was exposed in the front. That's going to save one of your big tech units there as Creator, and a couple of Immortals, battery available, get that anti-armor missile off this army, and we get into a defensive spot that might be able to work out for you. Sending a few units around the other side, I think Creator is genuinely very afraid of these siege tanks at the moment. And we go, the couple of Zealots are going to come through, the Immortals, the Stalkers, everything pushing. We are going to get rid of a few units. The Widow Mines going pretty big right there, doing pretty decent. The Stalkers try and step forward to get rid of the siege tank, but we don't get it. Committing the Stalkers to get it, and it doesn't go down. It's very painful. We get it now, but is there just a little bit too much bio power? This is where Zealot Warpins actually usually shine, but like I say, we lost a lot already, and Creator is not going to keep it going. ByuN will take us to a Game 5 of our final series. We will get one final map, and these two will continue to duke it out in a major way as we aim for this, as we aim for playoffs. Both of these players aim for playoffs here. We will head straight into then our final map, which will be El Dorado, to finish up this series. Doom, doo, 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 bum, ba, ba, bum. Drag everyone around. And one again. Who are we missing? There you are. I see you. Alright. Players readying up. And we can go into Game 5. So these guys are ready. Let's head straight into it. Let's go, go, go. We're going to kick this off. El Dorado coming through. We get this settled in. Action coming as we speak. Now, if ByuN wins the next game, he does move on. Winner moves on. One map to decide it. Let's see what these two will give us. It's genuinely been a fun set of matches between these guys. They've been giving us some great games. Very enjoyable. Let's hope for a good finale here as we head into Game 5 on El Dorado. In the bottom right-hand corner, our blue Protoss player is Creator. He takes on in the bottom left-hand side, our red Terran player, ByuN. Final game. A lot of these games between these guys getting kind of decided in that kind of 8-ish to 12-ish minute period. You've seen a lot there. As we get set up, so we're gonna have a gateway coming down, racks and a couple of refineries coming up at the moment here. Probe Scouts up. Just going to be the Reaper opening here from ByuN. Cybercore, Nexus, both on the way out. Yeah, Probe moving through. Again, the Assembler coming about. The pylons on the way through. That's how ourselves, the again, Cybercore continue to build. The Nexus coming up. Probe still producing. Moves away here, just getting up the left-hand side. The Probe going to head down the right at the same time. And the factory coming about. Nexus coming through. Okay, continue to build on up as the Adept continues in, and the battery and the Nexus both coming online here for the moment. Setting up nicely. Looking for the tech choice, and there it is. Twilight Council first. Obviously, Creator has mixed in a few different ways of opening, so get the confirmation of what he's going to open with this time. It's going to be that Twilight Council. Potential to move on through from there as well, so that opportunity arises as the Hellion and the Reaper continue to move out and about. So got Twilight Council underway. And yeah, the starport coming up, the reactor coming through, CC building as well. Widowmine also in production. The two Reapers and the Hellion just go over to the right. Okay, goes down, bops that Adept a little bit. Adept and Stalker together, just going to keep both those Reapers at bay as the couple of probes do take some more damage. So again, a few more shots coming through. Hits coming around. So far, so good. Well, we wait for the blink. How many gates do we go to? 2, 3. 3's been very popular lately. It's going to be Tuna Robo here. Currently from Kratos. That's going to be his current choice. Let's see how far he sticks with it. As that Widowmine is going to grab the Adept here as well. Just going to get another little nab on that one. And when the Vec loads up, going to start going through once again. As we just have. There's a couple of gates coming about, the robo facilities coming online, the tech lab coming up from ByuN as well, Marine and a few SCVs also continue into play for the moment. So again, a little bit of everything on the way through for the moment. Comes the drop. A couple of Widowmines is something I don't think ByuN's really done much of today either, right? He's been doing a lot more kind of Marine-focused drops when he's been dropping in the early stages and so on, so... A couple of Widowmines, we are going to get 2 probes. Do we get out with the medevac? Stalkers put themselves in a good position to deny the medevac, and the medevac does go down. That's very important because obviously now you don't have to keep on worrying about that as creator. That makes your life a lot easier and a lot more comfortable here for the next few moments. So that is a big positive as well. Again, Prison coming up, battery on the way. Tank Marines and the stim pack coming through. We just have our tank already hitting the Adept quite nicely there, so a little bit of a shot, nothing too crazy. See how Stalker count gathers up. It is 3 gates in the end. The Temple Archives is also going to drop, so we're going to go Temple Archives very quickly. Blink into Storm? It's not something you see all the time, but it seems to be the idea here from Creator. Blink straight into Storm. I imagine at some point, obviously, you can get charged along with this as well. He's already got the gas for it, so... Let's take the 4 Stalkers into the main base. Has the potential to blink in the natural. Do you like the tank positioning from ByuN? I think that tank position is going to do a lot to help you stay very safe here. I mean, the tank on the natural is well placed as well. If units jump up there, they could maybe get the depot kill, but that's maybe all they can get. As we lose 2 Stalkers in the main base. So yeah, we're going to blink there. We'll get that SCV, and like I said, that depot gets cancelled, but that's pretty much all we're going to find in this kind of a situation. I don't think there's anything else to really be had of that one. As again, Stim Combat and +1 all continue to come around. The Storm is building up. And Creator adds a Mortal into play as well. Still needs that charge, though, surely. Yep, there we go. Gets that charge as the next step. Doesn't really make much sense to not go charge. Charge is very good. You're going to have a lot of excess minerals pretty much all the time, because obviously High Templar are gas heavy, and so the Zealots are mineral heavy, and so they go hand in hand in terms of being made together. A little bit of bio gathers up still. Auto turret good for another probe as ByuN harasses across the map. Couple Stalkers going to get there. The Raven and take a few more shots. Templar looking for the feedback, but can't find it just yet. Raven is just about far enough away. There we go. Oh, it just didn't have enough energy for it to die, which is kind of unfortunate. I mean, it's very low HP now. And obviously won't auto turret for a while, but still kind of annoying that it gets to live. Creator's like, god damn it, I should have waited like 2 more seconds and it would have actually died from the feedback. Well, 4 more seconds maybe. Unlucky. Alright, well, Raven gets to sit there and might indeed still have another role to play in some point of this. Drop into the main base. Bio units coming around. Just going to be having ourselves the pylon going down. Going to turn ourselves into this mineral line. A bunch of these probes are going to start going down as well as the medevacs load up. Feedback number 1 goes onto a medevac quite nicely as well. And we just see the extra stalkers continue to come through too. Charge +1 continue to come about. The Immortal on the way as well for now. Looking reasonable. Let's just have our medevacs again, escaping up to that top side. Just going to be seeing the High Templar coming over. Zell going to get there for the Marine also. It's got a little bit of a grab right off the bat. And the Immortal and +1 both coming through. Then we get a couple extra gateways added in. Just seeing our Nexus gates continue to come through. For the moment, as we have ourselves again the +1 coming about, Observer coming through, Robo Bay coming about as we speak. Second Robo facility as well, so Cray is going to go pretty big on the production here, not messing around too much. Make sure he just has straight to, enough robo production to guarantee get the splash damage out that he's going to need to keep him comfortable in this game. +1 armor finishing, +2 still coming up. The extra ghost coming about as CC is producing. Again, Robo and Robo Facility continue to build from creators. Our Bio just going to get there. A little bit of damage done. The Stalker's going to take some shots. We continue to push those away over to the other side. Hey, what's up, General But Naked? How you doing? 11-month resub on the Prime. Thank you so much for supporting the stream today. If you are sitting on the Prime sub, guys, as well, you have a teeny bit of downtime in this Game 5, do consider dropping the Prime on the channel. It helps support more StarCraft 2 in the future. As always, it's super appreciated. Thank you, General But Naked, for leading the charge with that Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Probably going to trade for a couple of the Stalkers. They're just picking around. The Stalkers are just looking to try and get a catch here or there. As the Disruptors continue up, the Gateway's coming around. One more Stalker going down. Extra upgrades coming up from ByuN. The +1 ship weapons coming about also. More barracks, more Marauders. All of that still getting added in right here. Prism speed is coming up as well. +2 attack and more Disruptors still coming over. Guardian Shield popping, the Stalkers and the Immortals coming around as well. It's just going to go straight across with this, and we do have the Guardian Shield being there. Disruptor shot. Yeah, ByuN turned around from that just about in time. That was potentially dangerous. That's Disruptor shot way too far away, never going to connect, but it is allowing you to chase this army away, and you get a bunch of free shots off during that. Nothing coming toward Creator. There is the little bit of harass double drop on the top right-hand side. That's the only thing he really has to concern himself with currently. Does push his way all the way up. Obviously, a couple tanks in position there going to help. ByuN's army's kind of all over the place still. A little bit came around the top. Now everything regathers towards the 4th. It did feel like that was an opportunity for things to go maybe a little bit wrong if you weren't careful. So a couple moments there to be cautious. Again, we have the Immortal and the Disruptor. Continue to gather together. The +3 attack upgrade gets started. The Immortal still building. Dark Shrine and the Forge coming up as well. Vikings and the Bioforce coming around the bottom. A few Ghosts just coming up as well. Still got the +3 attack coming through. The Observer speed coming around also here. Nice to have in the later stages. We do shut down the medevacs there at least as this drop comes back in. That's pretty well handled. A couple of Zealots tanking. And we lose a couple of probes, but I think this is very manageable amounts of damage taken from Creator. Don't think that is all too bad. Well, that Dark Shrine still coming online. The Nexus building up as well. Again, +3/+1 on the way. The Observer speed very much so coming through too. And we have our Vikings going to get there to get rid of that Observer as well. Just going to be able to nab that. Still another Disruptor shot coming over. Just misses the few Bio units. Another couple Disruptor shots. Gets a Ghost, gets a Marauder. Oh, it's one of those moments where an old Disruptor would have just got 10 supply for free. This Disruptor doesn't quite manage to do it, but the Marauders surviving that hit. Honestly, I still love this change. I still think Disruptor shots like that are very poor taste. You know, I don't like shots like that, right? Instantly, just boom, army's gone. I think units like Marauders surviving that. Because, like, right now, if you get that Disruptor shot and then you jump on that army, fair enough, you take advantage of the damage done. But there's the Disruptor shot flying in from afar and then just blowing stuff up, I think, is a bit nuts. So I was, that's one of the changes. I don't know, people are very controversial about this change, to be fair. As we are going to be seeing the Bio continue to come through. And it's going to be having the Disruptor shot trying to come around. Prism goes down. Good storms on the army. Creator's losing a lot of supply quickly. Both players have money to spend, so keeps this a little bit awkward as we continue by. It's going to have ourselves the continue push forward. I mean, this base from ByuN's, from Creator's probably going to die. He does jump onto the Liberators, though. Few Libs going down already. The rest of that army pulling back over to the left. Again, Libs coming up. Marine Marauder coming about. Ghost +2 ship weapons coming over right now as well. Creator sets up to the bottom. Creator actually saved this Nexus as well, which is nice, so he actually gets to go right back to it. Both players did end up trading out a good bit of army there. Resources lost his favor, ByuN. They both have a good base setup right now, and future fights are going to be much more discerning than anything else. And Creator is moving in toward carriers, so Creator is getting into a much more comfortable later stage of this game. So getting into a much better spot there for now, as we are just going to have ourselves the Fusel's top left. We're going to get a couple of SCVs, nothing too major, trying to run past the Bio. Wouldn't going to blow him up. I mean, we're just building carriers, though, and the longer that Creator gets to build carriers without ByuN really recognizing it, the better it is. That said, there's 2 more starports on the way, so I think ByuN's going to have something of an idea. And right now, Creator's completely out of position to deal with this bottom base. Being under attack, Storm's coming through, EMP hits the next High Templar, Recharge hits a feedback, I believe. I mean, this base is going to go down, so the attempted gold and this location, he was just not set up on the bottom side of the map in the slightest. He was not really ready to go there at all. That is going to be very painful as the rest of this gathers through. +3 ship weapons still coming up. We add on 2 more Libs. The Stalkers will be underneath to shut down the Liberator, but we have lost more probes. There's still a bank available from both, but that's the kind of damage which grates against you over time, as Creator tries to get a Mothership into play to replace some of the supply he's losing. I do like where Creator's army is going, but ByuN is getting the response up. He's building Libs, he's building Vikings, he's getting a true late-game Terran army that can actually fight against all these tech units that are being made right now, so should be able to handle that. But that's a beautiful Disruptor shot round the corner. Creator's losing a lot, though. Fighting into Liberators initially is not ideal. This Terran army is super low HP. It's wild, I think. Obviously, you can see that the supply is favoring ByuN, but the army HP is not good. If Creator could continue to fight, he might be able to do well enough for himself that that continuation of the fight would be justified. The army gathers as the extra carriers still produce on through. The Mothership is going to be popping shortly. Creator's edging towards being maxed out again, but this is where obviously losing the economy a few times over really comes into cost you. Because now, as you get maxed out, you're going to have really no rebuild left anymore, and I feel like this is just a death push from Creator, who must succeed on this one attack. That's never fun, because you're going to have to, you know, push into sieged up Liberators in a defensive Terran position. That's not what you want to be doing. I think Creator is kind of running out of options. He just finished up his Mothership. That will be coming across the map shortly here. Stalkers will try and get rid of some of the Vikings before the fight happens. As Creator will... I mean, there's a gold base there that's not really fully set up or anything, so that's not a big deal. I mean, we can't really wait for the next 2 carriers to show up, right? So this is just going to be it from Creator. I don't know if this is a final fight per se. He's still got bases working here as we try and press forward. I mean, it's a big push, and Creator just wants to clearly send it now. Otherwise, he would have just stopped and held tight a little bit. So So Creator pushing straight on through. We are going to be seeing the army just going to have to pull back in the end. This was not it from Creator. Did not do what he needed. ByuN is looking as though he's going to get to hold on here. Time Warp coming down, but I don't think that's going to be able to do too much either. I see Creator going to drop the recall just to get out of there, but that's, again, not really what you're looking for in this situation. As I think fair to say here that ByuN is definitely coming out of this in a winning spot. Again, because of all the damage done before this as well, ByuN is just able to keep on rebuilding, where Creator is continuing to hit a little bit of a brick wall, coming back through on repeat. Those carriers gathering together still, joining back up. The rest of this army still setting about. ByuN coming through. Just going to drop an EMP or two down. Hits the Prism. Creator down about 20 army supply going into this fight. And ByuN's composition is good here as well. Like, he's got a good Viking count. He's got EMPs available. Going to back away, let the tanks do some of the work on the ground army. Let the Ghost kind of back away. The Vikings have not really done much here, though. Is he just going to try and fight out the Interceptors? It looks... No, he's got the Vikings onto the carriers now. The carriers just are on their own. GG has to be called, and ByuN is going to take it. 3-2 victory. ByuN goes to the playoffs. Round of 8 for him. And our first seed into this group, because of his Monday's performance, finally gets through after an epic 5-game series to close this out. And a great final game, long drawn out, the most macro game we've really seen between these two all day, is what decides who advances to the playoffs and who does not. My friends, thank you so much for watching today. I super appreciate you tuning in once again for more WardiTV Spring Championship action. We will be back on tomorrow's stream with Rex April Madness. Tomorrow's Rex April Madness group is the following players. It is going to be MaxPax, ByuN, Rogue, and Ryung. That's a hell of an awesome group. So you can watch those 4 players in action in the Rex April Madness tomorrow. We'll be back with the Spring Championship on Friday with Skillers, Classic, Bunny, and Hero. Will be starting 1 hour earlier because I have a sponsorship to do after and I have plans in the evening. So that's going to be happening in the next couple of days. Continue to hit the like button, subscribe, follow. Appreciate you all. I'm going to head off because I've got to go and get ready to go out because I'm going out with the parents in about half an hour. So this is really wrapped up at a great timing. So I will see you guys later. I'm going to run a set of ads on the outro. Appreciate you all. See you guys tomorrow for more StarCraft 2. Keep coming back for more WardiTV. I'll see you guys there.